Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Montclair Zoning Board of Adjustment. Notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice at the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times and the Star Ledger. This meeting is also being broadcast on Montclair TV 34 and Montclair Government YouTube this evening. We'll start with the roll call. Mr. Harrison?
Here.
Mr. Fleischer?
Here.
Mr. Moore?
Here.
Mr. Church?
Here.
Mr. Allen is absent this evening. Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Simon?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
Mr. Caulfield is excused this evening, and Ms. Gilmer?
Here.
Okay, we have the minutes for the March 3rd meeting. I just have one change on page 3. Line 20, it says it should be presented, not prevented, in the middle of the line.
And condition should be one word.
And what was that? Should be one word?
On that same line, the word condition is, the comma is separated from the addition. That's very
Okay.
important.
Any other changes to those minutes?
Yes, on page 1, actually, line 34, to approve the resolution as is. Or as submitted, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's what I.
Any other changes?
I don't have any others.
Someone want to move the minutes with those changes?
Move approval of the minutes as corrected.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, and we have the minutes of the March 17th meeting. I just have one change on those. Page 4, line 28. It should be is proposing. The beginning of the line. Any other changes to those minutes?
Move approval of the minutes as corrected.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, we have the resolution for the Mortimer application. I don't have any changes to the resolution. Does anyone else have any changes?
Move approval as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
And we have the resolution for the Kloffer property on Willow Street. I don't have any changes to that. Does anyone else have any changes?
Move approval of the resolution as submitted.
Or a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Call it. Okay. We first have the continuation of the public hearing on the application of Karin and Greg Carson for property at 16 Carolin Road. Is the applicant present?
Yeah, let me just pull Ms. Carson up to the meeting. Okay.
Hi, can you
Ms.
hear me?
Carson, we can hear you, Ms. Carson. Yep.
Do I need video? I don't know how to do that. Oh, hang on, it says start video. Let me do that.
There you are.
All right. Hi.
Aye.
Hello.
Okay, you submitted some additional information to us. Do you want to go over that?
Sure.
You're still under oath from last time.
Okay, so we remeasured every angle that I could think of that you would want to know about. And at the original site that we were proposing last time, and all the measurements more than worked out. I've got the generator placed there 18 inches off the wall. Like if necessary, it could come further off the wall, but you know, everything was far enough away from any of the windows at 18 inches.
Okay. Are there questions from members of the board?
I just have one. The problem with the area near the garage was that it would cost a great deal of money to basically run the line underneath the patio area and everything else all the way to the unit. Is that as I understand it? That was the explanation.
I think there were a couple of challenges. So one is that my electrician mentioned that we have the electric on one side of the house and the gas on the other. I don't really understand that piece of it. He just said it would be more difficult from that point of view. But also our back patio, the brick underneath it is very thick concrete. So it's not just a matter of moving the bricks. They're actually set into, it's not something we did. It was there when we bought the house. So somebody at some point laid, you know, probably for water management, because you know, there's a lot of water in that area. And they laid a thick layer of concrete and then the bricks. Also, it's really far back. You know, you've got the servant there. So it would be several thousands of dollars extra to do that. The purpose of the generator, it's not so that we can live in comfort if the power goes out. My husband works at home now. He's a psychotherapist and he has a patient load of maybe 40 patients a week plus. Some people with severe trauma, and if the power goes out, he's not able to teach anybody and he's not going to get paid either. So, you know, it's expensive enough as it is to do it this way. And since the dimensions worked out, it seems the best solution.
And just one quick follow-up. In the location you proposed near the chimney, if you hold it 18 inches in front of the chimney and then the unit, it obviously comes out further than the plantings that are there now. So you would not object to a condition to put in new plantings forward of the unit to visually shield it from the street, right?
Not at all. If the photos that I took should show that my yoga mat, which is the generator, standing in for the generator, actually fits perfectly. No shrubs do have to be moved. If the electrician does need to remove that shrub in the front, then he certainly can, and we'll plant new ones. We can also put a screen there, you know, whatever it is really that it would take.
I guess what I'm asking is, are you willing to put plantings in front of the generator, between the generator and the street, so it's totally shielded? I understand. I'm not worried about whether you need to replace one of the existing plants. Obviously, one of those plants is coming out because that's where the generator goes.
Well,
I'm looking to see if you're willing to put plantings in front. In other words, it's a different row of plantings to shield.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That shrub doesn't have to come out because you can't see on that photo, but actually the generator, the red object that I placed there fits perfectly behind it.
I know, but that's not going to be big enough to shield.
So we can add another row. That would be,
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from members of the board? Graham, I'm going to open up to the public. Are there any members of the public who have any questions or comments or anything whatsoever you want to say about the application?
Okay, so all members of the public, I'll be unmuting all public lines. If you do have a question or a comment on the application, please state your name and we'll bring you into the meeting to make that comment. So at this time, all members of the public are unmuted. If you have a question or a comment on the application, please speak now. Again, we're inviting comments or questions of this application at 16 Carolin Road for the generator placement. Any questions or comments, please speak now. Hearing none, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ms. Carson, do you have anything you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
Not unless you know there's anything that I didn't provide for you that you need.
No. Okay. We'll start the discussion with Mr. Moore.
I am generally in favor with the application, given the concerns of the residents.
Sorry.
Given the concerns of the resident regarding potential power outages, profession, I think that that a generator would be necessary. Additionally, given that there's some, the location where they want to put it, I don't see it as being an issue, as hopefully the noise isn't too much of a disturbance. So I am generally in favor.
Okay. Mr. Church?
I too would be in favor of the application as presented, with the proviso that additional foliage be put in front in order to further shield it from Aubrey Road. Otherwise, I'm in favor.
Okay. Mr. McCullough?
Thank you. I understand from the discussion at the last meeting that there was a question about the minimum distance between the generator and the window, and I'm assuming that that is 5 feet. And so in this case, that requirement has been met. And if that is the case, then I am in support of this proposal.
Mr. Simon?
I'm in favor of the conditions that Mr. Church made about the additional plantings.
Ms. Harris?
I'm in favor with the conditions.
Ms. Gilmer?
I'm in favor with conditions of extra shrubbery as well.
And Mr. Fleischer?
I'm also in favor of the application. I think it's actually well set back from the property line, and with the condition of the plantings, I think it's a fine location.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think the applicant has demonstrated that due to the location of the house and other structures on the property, that there isn't another suitable location, so this will not result in a substantial detriment to the public good or a substantial impairment to the zone plan. I think there should be two conditions. One, that it be screened both from Aubrey Road, and it's not, I couldn't quite tell whether the existing shrubs will screen it from Carolin Road, but in the event it's visible from Carolin Road, that it be screened, or it may be from the corner of Aubrey and Carolin, but that efficient plantings be put in to screen it from view from either road, and that any testing and the required testing of the generator only be done during daylight hours, on weekday daylight hours. Any further discussion? And if not, would someone want to make a motion?
Move approval of the application with the conditions stated by the chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have the continuation of the public hearing for Compass Realty for property at 113 Grove Street. Mr. Trembulack, are you ready to proceed?
I just brought Mr. Trembulack in. Alan, are you there? We can hear you.
Can you see me? I don't know why I'm trying to start the video.
It may take a second after I bring you as an attendee, so
Okay.
we can hear you.
Well, that's good. That's more important than seeing me, I think. All right. I think you can see me now also.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Graham, do you need to bring in the other,
Who would you like me to bring in for presentation, Ms. Zeiska?
I don't think we're going to need her. Jonathan Satz.
Jonathan Satz,
And
okay.
there should be Danielle Schwab and Brigida Pierce.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
We're all in the meeting now.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Alan Trembulack, appearing on behalf of Compass NJ LLC, the applicant in this matter, which this hearing commenced at the last meeting at the March 17th, 2021 meeting of this board. As you know, it's an application for a use variance to permit Compass Real Estate to occupy a portion of the first floor in the newly constructed building at the corner of Grove Street and Walnut Street. At the conclusion of the last meeting, we requested that the application be continued to this meeting in order to give us an opportunity to address the board's comments and concerns, which essentially focused on a concern to add retail components to the storefront space along Walnut Street and to reduce the Compass offices visible from the storefront. Compass has spent a lot of time considering this and has prepared a plan which we'd like to present this evening, which will hopefully satisfy the board's concerns. We've tried to do something somewhat similar to the Keller Williams offices on Lorraine Avenue in Upper Montclair, which will provide for two retail uses to be located along the Walnut Street storefront. So I'd like to recall Jonathan Satz, who testified at the last meeting to discuss the revised plans for the space, and then following him, I have brief testimony from representatives of the two proposed occupants of the space.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, just before we get into the testimony, I just want to note for the record that Mr. McCullough was provided the video recording of the last meeting, and he has reviewed that and is certified as eligible this evening.
Okay.
All right. Jonathan Satz.
Mr. Satz, you're still under oath?
Understood.
Okay. Jonathan, would you just remind the board what your position is with Compass?
Sure. I'm the director of Compass's corporate real estate. So I manage the rollout of brick and mortar operation across the country. It's based out of our headquarters in Manhattan, and been working on this Northern New Jersey expansion in general, but particularly our expansion in Montclair for about the last 14 months.
Okay. And were you involved in preparing the redesigned plans for the first floor space that we're going to present this evening?
Yes, it was intimately involved, both with myself, the members of the Compass staff, the owner, and even our agents. As we thought about which uses might complement both the Compass use, but also be most vibrant in the community. So yes, intimately involved. I would say the program manager for this on behalf of Compass.
Okay, and there's an exhibit that I think is posted on the screen, which was submitted earlier today. You're prepared to discuss that tonight?
Yes.
Okay, Graham, I assume we should mark this as an
Yes, this would
exhibit.
be A3.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jonathan, could you discuss the plans?
Sure.
Utilize the exhibit, and Graham can flip the pages as necessary.
If it's possible, I actually think it'd be helpful to start on page 8 and then we go back through to slide 2. Thank you very much. So I just want to thank the board again for the feedback and making us think harder about what this office is. I think with your feedback and our team's re-strategizing, we've come up with a better plan. And I think that's the goal here. And I think we're much more excited about it. I think the uses that we're going to bring in are really exciting and will be great for both this project, but also the neighboring businesses. So when we left last time, there's a few specific things that the board wanted us to look into that we'll address throughout the course of these slides. But the first one I really want to note is this space that we're taking collectively does have 3 distinct storefronts, which I don't think is necessarily apparent unless you were looking at the original variance approval drawings. And with the vendors that we want to bring in, while the back of house is one space, we do want to really amplify and exhibit the 3 different storefronts to what would be someone that is passing by, and really give visibility to 3 distinct businesses that will be operating out of this space. So what was previously may have been viewed as and designed as really one storefront on Walnut Street, which is the most pedestrian and most visible of the portions in which we will occupy. What was one storefront that really screamed out Compass is now 3 distinct storefronts. And if you can see from this street view here, within the original variance approval, each storefront is permitted its own signage above the doorway. We will keep the 3 doors as shown and permit the vendors to design a storefront that they think is most going to cause the most success for their business and be the most engaging to potential customers. So we can go to slide 7 here, which shows the rendering of the 3. And I think, Al, we may have submitted a couple different exhibits. This is the most recent. And, part of what we did here too is we did put listings on both sides of our doorway to try to keep the pedestrian activation. And then we'll have our 2 other vendors activate their own storeways. We have Illuminate Foods and Birgitta Pierce Design. And they can talk you more through their operation, but on the second storefront, for example, Illuminate Foods, a prepared foods vendor, in addition to their signage, may have a weekly menu up. So as pedestrians walk by, each storefront will be activated and engaged. And we took away a little bit of the Compass branding, particularly on this door, but we kept the pedestrian-friendly sort of listing flyers, as I think there was conversation here, and it's conversation we have across the country, that those are really the engaging retail-like portions of real estate offices, as either people visiting the town or people in the town, really want to see what the town has to offer, the price points, the amenities. And so this is what the storefront will look like. There is a site plan a little later on that we can look at. We don't have it rendered, But we do have in our plan to furnish exterior patio furniture here, which both our agents will use, customers of the other vendors will use, or folks that are waiting at the corner for a table, if people want to use that on off hours or on when it's not being utilized by people at the building, that will not, it's not something that we will consider or take pride in it being exclusive to these vendors by any means. We hope that that is a community amenity for the office occupants, the adjacent retailers. You can, again, we'll see it in the site plan, but we don't have a rendering of the outdoor furniture, but it is what was originally shown in the variance approval and is something that we plan on procuring.
Okay.
So if we continue here through the next slide, I think, which is the compass entry, this is probably the least interesting to the board, but this is as originally designed. I think some of the color palette may have changed, but we don't plan on making any design to this, which is the furthest right bay from the previous rendering. So if we go to the next one, I think that's where we really start to get into the changes. This was previously a lounge that had Compass branding on the back. And what we're really excited about is this is a great storefront for Danielle Schwab, founder of Illuminate Foods, who you'll be hearing from testimony from fairly shortly. But she has a great story and a great community business that was born out of the pandemic. She has clients in Montclair, and excited for you all to hear about her business and her story. She will have direct retail access through the second retail bay here, and is really going to be something prominent that is probably the most engaging use of the three that are there in terms of consumers in and out. She will be selling provisions here. She is a prepared meals business, so she will partly be selling prepared meals, but in addition to that, things like coffee and granola and other provisions that you would typically see at a small market or cafe. And then I think we can flip to the next vendor here. So this is Brigitte Pierce Design. Brigitte is a local designer that works quite a bit in Montclair residential. It's a great complementary use, bringing the Compass Real Estate office in harmony with Brigitte's business. And the idea here is Brigitte is going to create a rotating showroom for her products, furniture, and really a custom showroom that she will rotate, at regular intervals, whether that's seasonally or twice a year or more often than that, depending on how often she's selling items. But again, we'll let Brigitte speak for herself when she speaks a little bit about her business and the intended use of the space. I just want you to know this is something that Compass had designed and rendered. Brigitte, I'm sure, will make this even more inviting than it might look to engage again pedestrians that either visiting the Compass office, going to Illuminate Foods, or going to get a bite to eat at the corner or some of the other businesses in the vicinity. And then what I think is actually just to call out this specific space, if you may recall from the last meeting, but previously, and if we go to the next slide, this space was a portion of the top left office on Walnut Street. And I know that was a large concern from the board, that pedestrians would view offices on Walnut Street as they were going by. And, we talked about, just making that smaller, but, I think that this is a really good use of this space, and hopefully allays some of the concerns that we are taking away from the pedestrian nature with the office use on the ground floor.
Okay. Anything else, Jonathan?
I think if we go to the next slide, we can go one more. Is there one with the outdoor furniture? Oh, maybe it doesn't show the outdoor furniture. We have a plan with the outdoor furniture. Maybe that's not didn't make its way into this piece. And so, I think overall there was a question of Compass's operating size as well. I think usable square footage, we're probably giving back, somewhere around 400 to 450 square feet of space. So let's say 2,500 square feet of the brokerage operation. With that being said, both Danielle and Brigitte will have full use of our office amenities and common areas such as restrooms and cafe area, and yeah, we really hope that you see that we put a lot of thought into this. You probably saw a couple rounds of drawings. We've been working on this and trying to make it as good as we possibly can, and we're really looking forward to executing on this should the board approve.
Okay. Okay, I think you covered it very well. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
The question, is it going to be better if we ask our questions after the other two witnesses testify? Because I suspect the questions are going to overlap, and rather than just do it all at once and then let the person.
That's fine with us, Mr. Chair. If you'd like, I'll call my next witness, which will be Danielle Schwab.
Ms. Schwab, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address, please.
Danielle Schwab, 56 Burnett Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, 07040.
Danielle, are you the owner of a business known as Illuminate Food?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Jonathan sort of set this up and indicated there's an interesting story to be told and a history here as to how this business came about. So maybe you can give the board a little bit of background, tell them about your business, and then we can go in and talk about this particular location and how you intend to utilize it.
Yes. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here and excited for this opportunity. I started this business in April 2020 at the start of the pandemic because my background is global trade and agriculture, and I've been paying attention to the local food system, and a lot of local food goes to restaurants, and that food was not being used. So I was thinking what can happen to it, and decided to try my hand at making boxes of food and delivering it to people during that time. And that has since turned into a business where I pack curated boxes of produce, milk, eggs, cheese, bread, specialty items, and recipes. And we deliver, right now we're predominantly in South Orange, Maplewood, and we've expanded into Montclair in the recent months. But it is a delivery business. So when this opportunity presented for the next phase of growth for my business, I'm beyond excited because it's been hard for me to differentiate myself from other internet businesses that deliver groceries. And for me, everything I do is about community and local farms in New Jersey. There's so much here and people just don't have access to it. It's not in the grocery store. So that's what I'm all about. And I know Montclair has an active farmers market, and that's incredible. And I think what my goal is to be able to connect people a little more intimately with other farms that they might not know, as well as other businesses and producers of dried goods, specialty goods, sauces, dressings, you name it. I've sold it all over the past year. So my goal is to have a headquarters, a space to be able to connect with customers that want to know what Illuminate is about. They want to know about delivery, but they also might just want to purchase stuff and come in and get to know some of these incredible producers and brands. So that's what I plan to do and in the next phase of my business, and excited to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so this is a new phase. Up till now, you've been primarily delivery business, but you're proposing to operate, a what I'll call a store or a storefront space on Walnut Street. Will you be displaying products and selling products similar to what's shown on the drawing that's on the screen now?
Yes, absolutely. So my warehouse space is in Patterson, so it'll be really easy to pick up the local produce as we need and rotate whatever's seasonal. That's what's important to me, is to show people what might not be at the grocery store. So we'll have that on display to draw people in with ramps or Romanesco or asparagus, Jersey asparagus, tomatoes, whatever it may be. And then all of these other products that may catch someone's eye will be available for sale as well. And we do make some of our own sauces under our own label, so those will be available for sale. And really, it just opens up a world of opportunity once we have a physical space to connect with people.
Okay, Jonathan indicated you'd also be selling things like coffee.
Yeah, hopefully we can really do it all. We have amazing relationships in the area, so happy to meet the needs of the community as they're out and about and see what this building, multi-purpose building, will bring. And I think we can be a really strong part of that space.
Okay. So, since this is basically a new phase or new phase of your business, have you given any thought to the anticipated hours of operation when you would be at this space?
Yes, so I'm sure you've heard before from small businesses. We're growing, we're figuring it out as we grow, and it started with just me, and now we're a whole team. So I plan to absolutely be there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and likely Thursday as well, and have our setup hopefully on the sidewalk a little bit to be able to catch people's eye and have the space be open for people to come in. And then the goal would be, if we have customers and people are around, I would love to be open every day if we can staff it and make it work financially. So that would be my goal, is to just always be available for people to pop in and get something fresh, especially fresh bread, and get in that routine of picking up items more regularly from us, rather than the big grocery trip that they may be avoiding, or waiting to get to the farmer's market, or whatever it may be, another option.
Okay. By the way, just brief comment. You you expect that people would also come by, not only to shop, to buy things, but also to pick up boxes of food that you would normally
Yes.
deliver?
Yeah, so we do deliver my produce boxes, but we have one pickup location out in Pompton Plains, and it would be amazing to have another pickup location for people to come through and get their box, and that will all be worked out as the details come. But that would be a great way to use the space to have more people come through and pick up their box themselves.
Okay. Nothing further for Ms. Schwab. Mr. Chairman, should I proceed to call my next witness
Yes.
and final witness? Okay, Brigida Pierce, I think, is with us.
Ms. Pierce, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Brigida Pierce, 178 Montclair Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Okay. Brigida, how long have you lived in Montclair?
Oh, let's see. I moved to Montclair 8 years ago, and we took on a full-scale renovation. I came from the West Coast via New York, and that full-scale renovation helped me launch my business here with the help of some of the local contractors I worked with. And over the last 5 years, we've grown tremendously, to the point where I had been actively seeking a retail location for my business, so that we can showcase things like custom furniture and custom soft goods, pillows, things like that could change seasonally.
To talk a little bit about the business, I assume it's an interior design?
Yeah, so I really specialize in whole house renovations. And so this location really works well for us in terms of getting in front of people who are looking at purchasing new homes, and also getting referrals hopefully from Compass agents. We get a lot of our business through real estate referrals. So that's really helpful. And really, we've been working in a design studio for the last 5 years, and it's very difficult to carry any inventory there. We get filled up very quickly. We're receiving a lot of goods and tile and things like that. And that's how the idea to create a retail location was born, was just the idea that we could start shopping for some items that I would see on trips. I'm from Denmark, so bringing in things from Denmark, but also tapping into the local Montclair community, where I have a lot of design friends who make wonderful goods. So those would be displayed. So as you see in this rendering here, I think we would set this up differently. You know, maybe we would have a large table in the center, and I see maybe shelving and signage on the back wall, and that shelving would be full of, you know, maybe we would have stacks of pillows and blankets and bespoke candles and seasonal offerings. It could be things that are for your yard in the summer. It could be things that are for holiday. And I really love that location with the windows on both sides. I think it really lends itself to a showcase that can be exciting as you drive or walk by.
And the items that you would have in the space on display, would they be available for purchase by anyone walking in off the street, or would those just be for your interior design clientele?
No, absolutely. That the goal is to be open. Right now, I'm looking at Wednesday through Sunday, and we have to land on what hours make sense. So maybe it's, you know, a little earlier on the weekends, maybe a little later on the weekday. So we had sort of the lunch crowd walking by. But I see having the space manned for a full 5-day week, and possibly 6, you know, during a busier season like holiday.
And you anticipate, as Jonathan had suggested, about rotating or changing the
Yes.
interior space to show different products during different seasons?
Absolutely. I mean, I really think that's the key for any retailer, whether it's a fashion retailer or, you know, home goods oriented retail, is that you have to keep it exciting. So the idea is to create interesting tableaus where there's always something new to see.
Okay. Is there anything else you might want to add? I think you've covered everything I was hoping for you to cover.
Yeah, I think so. No, it's a really lovely space, and we're really excited to have the opportunity to be in a space like this. Such an interesting architecture.
One minor follow-up. We spoke with you earlier today. One of the things that excited you or interests you was the activity going on across the street, across Walnut Street. Can you?
Well, you know, as we all know, the corner has a significant wait time on a weekend or on any good day around lunchtime. So I think we had been looking for a space on Walnut Street for that exact reason, is just the foot traffic there is good. And I think if you're waiting across the street for, you know, 30 minutes and whatever other retail is going in there, you know, it's a perfect place to spend a little time and get to know our offerings.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. That completes the testimony for the witnesses.
Okay, we'll start questions from members of the board. If any of the 3 witnesses, we'll start with Mr. Moore. Jonathan, you have any questions?
At the moment, I do not have any questions.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
The space for the food distribution, is that going to be like a small grocery store, or is it going to be highly specialized, or what? I like the concept, but I don't see how it functions. Could you elaborate a little more on how that would function as like a place for people to come in, pick up groceries or items that you offer, or is that going to be reduced solely to people that have orders in and come and pick up their orders?
It's a great question. I think the idea is to be a highly curated retail shop. And basically the concept of my box, the delivery, is to highlight the best produce of what's available in a given window. So I think we'll probably have selected, 6 to 10 produce items at a given time. that are available to really highlight what's growing around us. Definitely more active in the summer. And then the shelving space that you see will be full of selected products that will be available for sale. But obviously it's not a grocery store experience. It's an opportunity to come and try something new, get introduced to something new, you know, leave with a couple things, and learn about something is how I envision it. But definitely not a pre-order situation. It's an opportunity to browse brands and companies and farms that I work with.
So it becomes it's specialized. Persons that want specialized groceries and so forth can find it there.
Yeah, I think anyone who's interested in local, supporting local, and then also transparency to farmers and growing practices, and anyone interested in those specialty items, high value add items that might want to hear some of the stories behind them would be attracted to that variety.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, where exactly are these storefronts going to be located? Like which positions?
I think maybe if we can pull up the slide 8 again. Yeah, there we go. So this is on Walnut Street on the most, I believe, east portion of the building.
So the design studio is going to be on the corner of the Walnut Street entrance to the parking lot?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Now, are the spaces connected internally?
The spaces are connected internally.
All right. So my question is, so basically these companies are leasing the space from Compass, correct? More or less.
Correct.
So, and I guess this is a question for the chair. Who's to say which companies are allowed? Because under normal space, it'd be up to the landlord to decide the business that is renting the space. But if Compass is able to kind of sublet their space, what control do we have over that?
Well, I think, you know, I think we can put conditions on as to the type. I think I'm going, though I have a bunch of questions that'll follow up on yours and other board members, is that the uses there, I don't want to tie it to these two specific, but they be uses in the space that are permitted on the first floor in the neighborhood commercial zone, and let that evolve over time as things change, but to keep it so it's, you know, the uses that are anticipated to be on the first floor in the neighborhood commercial zone. I don't want to tie it to these two specific uses because they're certainly not going to be there forever, and I don't want them coming back every time a tenant changes, a subtenant changes.
All right. Okay, so I'll hold off on that. And in terms of the outdoor tables, like how are you going to control? I know you said you'll make it available to people to use, but especially with the weather getting, I'm not sure what the planned open date, but how are you going to control, like, to prevent somebody from sitting there for hours at a time, sipping their coffee that they might have picked up from across the street? And also, like, how will they be secured during bad weather, or even from people from dragging it from in front of one store down to the other end? I just want to make sure there's some kind of plan or that was even considered.
Sure, I think we'll, on someone sitting there having coffee, I mean, if they want to stay there for hours on end, you know, that's their more so prerogative. But, you know, we're not in restaurants, so we're not making money off of turning tables. We'd be happy to have someone spend their time there and take advantage of the space. In terms of securing it, that I do think we would more so run like a, you know, restaurant or cafe where you use the cable ties either after hours to secure. But we have you know, staff full-time Monday through Friday that would be responsible for the operation of that exterior furniture, and then, you know, securing it in storage during the winter months. But so just to summarize, I don't, you know, there would be no policing in the sense of, you know, people sitting outside and spending time, because it's not, you know, we're not making money off of that space. We want it to be an amenity, and we're happy for people to, you know, get exposure to the Compass, Illuminate, and Pierce Design brands. And then, you know, we'll secure it appropriately as other tenants, restaurant type tenants do, through cabling, locks, or otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Could you read office hours for Compass are going to be?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you remind us what your office hours are going to be?
Monday through Friday, about 9 or 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. would be when they are staffed with reception. But you know, the nature of real estate agents' business is they do work a lot of after hours. So agents, you know, can access the space 24/7. We'll have a key card on the space. But in terms of there's someone being at that coffee bar, which we're going to use as a reception, that'll be Monday through Friday, approximately 9 to 5.
Okay. And both Design and Illuminate mentioned their hours Thursday, you know, through Sunday. So should we just assume that those portions of the storefronts will be closed on during any other time?
I think so. They'll have access to their space. You know, well, one, again, they're not totally separated on the interior, but in terms of the exterior, I think you'll see the Compass space activated more so during those weekdays, particularly Monday through Wednesday. And what's nice about the complementary uses of the two vendors is they will activate the space more so on the weekends. Well, we have our agents in and out, and sometimes agents will sit floor time if it's highly trafficked, and particularly if the two vendors are bringing in traffic as well. But you know, their spaces will not be. It is not like a retail situation where, since they are fully demised, where they would be considered dark. You know, those spaces will have lights on. If people are interested in their products, the Compass staff that is there will, you know, take their names and assist the businesses as best as we can, because we want them to be successful.
Okay. And then it looks like their spaces are relatively shallow. Where is there space for storage? You know, how will they replenish their inventory?
But I mean, they can each. Danielle and both Brigitte want to speak, but they both have other locations. So I think on the Illuminate side, I know she was mentioning she had a warehouse, and then
Yeah,
Brigitte, you have another office where you would keep.
I do. Yeah, we have a studio that's about 3 blocks away where we house our inventory now.
Okay. I think I'm more concerned about the Illuminate, just, you know, in case, you know, on a great Saturday morning, they're out of inventory at 10 a.m. And it's an empty store for the rest of the day. Is there any provisions in the space for them to keep anything on hand to replenish their stock?
And maybe Danielle might be able to answer that.
Yeah, that would be a good problem to have, and I think we'll just prepare where Patterson is, I think, less than 20 minutes away, so there'll definitely be more than one of us on the weekends. So I think if we see we're dwindling, we'll just have to run up to Patterson. I think when we were discussing the space early on, there was no hope of having like a walk-in cooler or anything like that. That's, you know, it's why it's a good fit, is because I have so much refrigeration in Patterson. So we'll just have to be on top of the inventory with the perishable goods. And I think we'll probably be half perishable, half non-perishable. If there's room to store a couple boxes somewhere, I'm sure we could probably find some backup for the non-perishable. But it's a great point, and we'll just have to be on it and sprint up to Patterson when need be.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I had was for the exterior seating. I think there was a plan showing some seating options in this presentation that that one. just going by the building the other day on the Walnut side, it looks like that sidewalk is very narrow. I guess I'm just wondering how you're going to fit this furniture on that very narrow sidewalk, because it seems like it's mostly landscaping. There's mostly grass there.
We'll have to work with the owner on the existing conditions. I know in their original landscaping plan, they had planned for outdoor furniture. So we don't have the entire, dimensions of the site plan right now, but I think there's also a whole patio just to the on the parking lot side too that we can furnish. But I'm pretty confident that we can fit at least some of this existing furniture in place, whether it's on the Walnut Street side or the parking lot side.
Okay, yeah, I'm just concerned that you're not going to get any seating on the Walnut Street side. It's really tight, maybe a bench or two, but I don't know about, seating with chairs. But that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gilmer, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have one question for Illuminate. You mentioned that you will be serving prepared goods Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday, or just Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
I think the definites are Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thursday will be the alternator. As long as people are around, we'll be happy to staff it. I have no problem doing that. So that's the plan.
Okay, and for the prepared foods, so there will be no cooking on site. It will be all just take home prepared foods. Okay. And so that means people from the street can just come, get a feel for the area, look at the groceries, and maybe take a lunch home or something along that nature.
Yes, that would be excellent. And the hope, yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple, and can we go back to the plans? And I want to follow up on Ms. Harris's questions as well. Can we go back to the, let's go back to page 8 first, actually. I'm sorry. There's an indication there, which may or may not mean anything, but I see 2 health food stores and a cafe. I know they're not part of Compass's application. Is there an indication that that is the way those storefronts are developing, or is that just signage for anything that might be there from, a dry cleaners to a bagel shop, or what is it? So I understand what it is, since there's a representation and an actual label. Can anybody answer that?
That's just the rendering from the original variance approval with the town. And so it was, if that's confusing, that's a mistake on our part. I believe that the owner is in conversations with the tenant for the balance of that space. So, I would just zoom in and focus on the highlighted pale yellow portion. Those other ones are just the rendering from the original variance approval.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify what was or wasn't there, because in a sense they represented the same, although your area is shaded in yellow, and I didn't know whether that was a representation of what was already under contract.
If I can, Mr. Fleischer, if you don't mind, if I can supplement that, because
I
represent the owner of the building, and I know that he is reserving the corner space, the corner of Grove and Walnut, which would encompass the first 2 bays that we're looking at here. He's determined to get a restaurant in that location. There's a prominent sign there. I think there's several proposed restaurateurs he's speaking to. And I think the 3rd day, I can't speak for certainty here, but I believe that's going to be occupied, at least in part, by a cosmetic business.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very helpful, actually. Can we see the floor plans? And can we blow that area up? When I look at the plan, there's an awful lot of empty space on the plan. And I'm looking, for example, that big, huge space in front of the team room that has the door out to the parking area. And then I see that big copy area that's not actually part of the room. And I see it, one of my problems with this representation is exactly what Ms. Harris was getting at, where there's all retail operations need backup space, and I didn't see it here. And I believe there's ample opportunity to increase what I will call the depth of that front area, that whole front area itself. And or, for example, if you took that where the copy area is, right, and you began to squeeze some space in there behind Illuminate, between their what I'll call their showroom wall and that first meeting room, there would be ample opportunity, for example, for a cold storage facility there. There's a lot of big wasted space. So there's an opportunity, for example, to get a cold storage room or some other type of room and move these other things down a bit without impacting actually the operation of the plan as represented. The same actually goes for the design store as well in terms of having inventory or other things, because I cannot even begin to understand why one would have that large an area simply for the door that then goes out so that the people from the campus can get out the door, somehow walk over to the stairway and get themselves upstairs to the other offices. So it seems to me there's an awful lot of wasted space. And what I don't want is I'd rather have that space devoted to the retail operations in the front to make them more workable and more viable than to preserve a space that could ultimately become yet another office or another place for files or other things. Because there is a storefront, if you will, along the parking area as well. And I think there's an opportunity here. I like the concept, but I don't think the concept has been fleshed out. So I'm asking whether those areas can be tightened up enough to provide what I will call storage facilities and other facilities for these two retail establishments. And my next question is going to go to the hours of these retail establishments as well. But I want to start with, I guess, with Compass saying whether they're prepared to tighten up some of these spaces to allow for them not to be converted into storage areas for Compass or or another meeting room or something like that, as opposed to providing the kind of backup a retail store should have.
Sure. I think, first and foremost, we want to make sure that our retail partners are successful. On the prepared food side, I do want to note, I think they're on the bottom of on the bottom portion of the millwork, that is all cold storage in terms of the refrigerators that are on the bottom. And then to Board Member Harrison's point, it becomes fairly difficult if we think about to making sure that this is for the long term. And building in long-term storage is, one, capital intensive, but two, that we want to make sure that this space is successful and built for a long term. And it's a lot easier for us to change over something where it's not specifically built out for the food user. If it turns out that Danielle and Illuminate Foods, need more space because they're being successful, we can either build it in, or she might move into a larger space and we get another great retail in there. I think what we're committed to is having a retail presence here throughout the term length of throughout the term length of our lease. And then the second, well, I have two more points. One is, it's possible we can ask our architect, now that we're keeping the other two storefronts, whether we need that other door for egress that was adjacent to that team room. It was purely, I mean, I would love to take that space back and add more, but there were some egress and clearance issues related to that door. So, I mean, I think some of you have architectural backgrounds. I think we need a 3-foot clearance to get in, and maybe we have a couple extra feet to play with. But we can look at, go ahead.
You certainly need to get to that egress, because I'm going to get into the other issue of separation of these spaces, the retail from your uses, with at the very least a door or a set of doors that separate the retail from the campus office areas. But I'm concerned, particularly with Illuminate, that there's not enough there. That is a very narrow space. Your corridors in an office area are as wide as her entire area in front of her display, in front of her, whatever she's going to sell. That space, I've been in this business of design and everything else a long time. That space, as it's set up now, does not provide the breathing room needed for it to be an active sales space. And so I'm concerned that there's not enough there. That's why I'm asking whether things can be shifted or pushed a little tighter back from that window wall, because the whole essence of the window wall is activity. And at best, you can get one person deep in that space, and the others are saying, excuse me, as they walk around to look at the other side of the space. So I believe that area is really too tight.
I think the depth of where the design portion is, we can look at moving that, aligning those two walls so you get, more square feet. That is, I don't really see a reason why we couldn't put where that wall is back. To be better aligned with the space.
I think that the answer is, I think that would help a lot. I'm still concerned. I don't believe that in the middle of a Saturday morning that they're going to send someone out to, where was it, Patterson, or I forget where they were going to go to pick up additional produce to last for the rest of the day. It just doesn't make sense. And to have no storage for a produce, food, coffee, whatever you want to say, facility there, which has historically at least been based on a delivery service. I don't want this to become a place where people order, come and pick it up, and then just leave and they're gone. The notion is to activate the space. So,
well, I think
we need this space.
If we take a look at page 6 of the coffee bar, I think what's good about the spaces and the hours, that are most notable is on the weekends, and really anytime we're going to allow anyone to use the space. But if let's say Danielle's business was going very well, which would be awesome, we're happy to, we'd happily build in more, closed in storage here. If, we'll use it if she doesn't use it. But in terms of the shelving and the coffee bar, we won't be staffing that so on the weekend. So, we certainly anticipate that that this space is fully available to the other business users. And, if they wanted to stack additional inventory and use, whether it's refrigerator space or otherwise, but I think we can certainly build some more of that in here. And that's why I think the uses are very complementary in terms of really having weekend hours for these two users, and having the main Compass hours be during the week, and it really keeps the activation on the weekends as well.
I understand. I'm going to get to the next question, which is the ultimate question. We've now got retail activity on the space. Maybe Thursday, you have it Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What happens Monday? What happens from Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday? I mean, the whole essence of this thing. I mean, if this is essentially a weekend operation for both of these retail tenants, that does not help to activate this space during the week. I could imagine the produce, and I apologize for not remembering that. I can imagine the produce place being a great place for someone who's coming home at night from the Walnut Street station as they're walking into the residential neighborhood to the east of it to go in and pick things up. But if it's not there half the time, that doesn't sort of fit the notion of an active neighborhood commercial area. If basically 4 days a week out of the 7, both of those stores don't plan on operating, at least in their current plans. There's something wrong with that as a notion, as opposed to something that's there 5 or 6 or 7 days a week and is operating almost as if it is a totally standalone retail operation that you've sublet some space to allow them to operate that way. And right now, that's not what's here. And that goes back to the initial concern I had, which was we're looking to activate the space. This is not like some of the other spaces. It's not like the one we're going to see in the next application, for example. This is what I'll call a 4-corner, multi-directional retail zone. You have the entire length of Walnut Street essentially coming up to Grove and now extending a little bit further in already to make a real 4-corner opportunity. And to have those spaces essentially nothing but looking and see it, but they're not open throughout much of the daylight retail hours during the week doesn't spell retail to me. And so what I was asking in terms of the space was providing them enough space to actually function as functional full-time retail environments. If the design store wants to have someone on staff that's there to sell the beautiful pillows or anything else, I would expect that would be there available when people go to lunch at the corner store or breakfast at the corner store. You'd expect it to be open pretty much the same hours as the other retail establishments that line Grove Street all the way from Walnut all the way to Oxford. For the most part, those are open throughout the normal retail hours, and they're open either 6 or 7 days a week. They're not only open 3 days a week. 3 days a week is a piece of commercial, but that's not the essence of what neighborhood commercial was intended to be. So I'm concerned either by the choices that were made, if they're not able or not willing to operate 5 or 6 days a week. And then I'm concerned about the space that they have, both for similar reasons. But the goal here should be that these places operate 5 or 6 days a week as a retail operation. And even the Keller Williams one in Upper Montclair, that operates every day. People go into the train station, pick up coffee there. They go in there and they buy something. It's all the time. And that should be the same here. The station in Upper Montclair is about as close to Keller Williams as Walnut Street is to your facility here. It's not far off the mark. There ought to be that opportunity, along with the other stores on Walnut Street, to service these people 5 or 6 days a week, not 3 days a week. That takes away from the essence of what I at least think is what neighborhood commercial is all about. It's the store you go to when you want a coffee. It's the store you go to when you want to pick up something to bring as a gift to a friend. And it doesn't only happen 3 days a week. So that's a concern for me. And I see what I perceive to be unused empty space that could provide a little more space for these people and allow them to stay open on a more regular basis. I'm not comfortable with stores that are going to be open 3 days a week as meeting the concept of a neighborhood commercial area. And you don't see that for any of the other stores, any of the commercial enterprises on Grove Street. So, or even further up Grove Street, they're open every day. They're open long hours. They invite people in by virtue of their operation. And this is not that yet, although I certainly appreciate the effort to bring these things in versus where we were a month ago, basically. I think it's a great effort, but it doesn't, in the end, as I say, for Illuminate, it's simply, you can barely stand one deep in there. You're not going to have a bunch of people looking at goods or touching the avocados or whatever it may be. It's not like that opportunity, even for a boutique type environment, and there's no food prep there. So whatever comes in, when it's gone, unless they're really going to drive back and forth to pick up additional stuff, they have no room to store anything beyond what's on the shelf when they open in the mornings. So I'm concerned about that. And I'd like the retailers themselves to speak to it, as well as I asked you about the availability of additional space for them. And I think the suggestion you made, for example, of bringing it back to the line where the design store is a good one. I think there should be a little bit of a separation between Compass's offices and either the design store or Illuminate. That doesn't mean you can't walk through the doors, but there ought to be at least a physical separation so it does read clearly as an independent retail store along the facade of Walnut Street. So it's a statement, but there are a bunch of questions in there that I'd like replies from both you, Mr. Sachs, as well as from the two retail establishments.
Hey, Jonathan, maybe you can go first, and then Brigitte and Danielle can respond to the other question Mr. Fleischer had.
Sure. I think the other answers might be more illustrative here, but it's certainly our intent based upon the feedback to mirror what the other brokerages that have been approved are doing between Berkshire Hathaway and Keller Williams. We don't want to imitate them exactly. I think part of what will make these vendors successful and long lasting hopefully actually is the size of the space. More and more retail is taking less and less space. More space for retailers isn't necessarily better. That means they have to curate more space, more inventory. And then two is actually, I'm curious on that Keller Williams, which you were talking about. My understanding was that at least one of the businesses, I think the bakery, had gone out of business. That was in there. And I don't know if that was partly due to size or operating hours of when they were in there. And we want to make sure that these vendors are set up for success for the longer term, not just if this variance is approved, not just for the 6 months or the 12 months. We would love this to be an active space and for people to know this building, because Illuminate and Pierce Design is a part of it. So that's all I would say. I'm sure the other vendors can answer. The last point is I do believe that both of these vendors are committed to 5 days a week. So we've got the Wednesday prepared food delivery, which is when most of Danielle's customers pick up, through Friday. And I also think too, and Danielle can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of the active storefront, Danielle will have a menu, and people will, in terms of it, seeing Illuminate, can see the exterior menu, and what would be greater than people walking by and ordering food online and then coming back to pick it up. I think that's part of what we envision as success for this space, and what she envisions as success is that this promotes the brand in that way where, there is a physical portion, but she currently, it's a digital business that has a physical footprint.
Jonathan, can you just address Mr. Fleischer's question or concern about having some separation by doors or otherwise?
Sure. I think, part of it is we do want to give the vendors the full access to the space. So, we've got the restrooms and the coffee area and pantry that we certainly want them to use. And again, on the weekends, I think that whole front space from the coffee bar through the design space, is really the retail activated space. If there's a desire for separation, whether it is something that is, permanently affixed, or for security reasons or otherwise. But we thought that it actually gives a more airy feel to the space to keep them, not separated. And so that it also integrates our businesses. I mean, who's going to be the best customer of Illuminate Foods? It's going to be the Compass agents, in the early days. And so I just think that it creates a great multi-use space that, honestly, we may replicate if it is successful.
Okay, Brigitte, maybe you can go first to discuss Mr. Fleischer's concern about days and hours of operation.
Yes, happy to. I mean, it is absolutely our intent to be open at least 5 days, if not 6 days per week. I think we would probably not be open on Mondays, as most of the restaurants in the area are not open on Mondays, and it gives us a chance to reset after a weekend. But it is absolutely our intent to be open for business and to have the space staffed by an active person. In terms of hours, that's something that we need to work into to see what makes the most sense. But we'd be looking maybe during the weekdays, maybe a slightly later opening time, like a 10 or an 11 o'clock opening time, and maybe we close at 5 or 6. And part of it will be driven also, it will really be dependent on what happens with the rest of the space in the building. If there's an active restaurant at the front and it's bustling on a Saturday night, I know, I've done some of my biggest retail damage after a lovely dinner with wine. So, happy to put someone in there. It depends on the time of year. But at least 11 to 6, 11 to 5.
Would you like to have some storage space on site that you currently don't have in this plan?
I hadn't been planning on needing storage space because I sort of see the space itself as a storage space. And perhaps if we're building in shelving on that back wall, perhaps there's something underneath, the wall shelves that allows me to have some locked cupboards that can have some backup storage. But as I mentioned, my studio is, I can walk to my studio from the space. So I have storage capacity there. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Danielle?
Yeah, I think, this has been a relatively short process in this new partnership. So I haven't fully wrapped my head around it because I'm making the business happen every day. So I'm still imagining all of the possibilities, and I think they're huge. And I think people coming home from the train and getting dinner from Illuminate would be amazing. And there's a reason to be in the store for that. I absolutely want to have fresh bread and prepared options for people to do that with. So I think it's just a matter of getting up to speed with what is possible and how to make it happen in terms of hiring the right people that are a good fit for my business. Because I just know I personally can't be in the space every day, but I would absolutely love for someone to be there and have it be a really important part of the community and the neighborhood. And I know one of my customers is listening now, and she lives 2 blocks down. And I know she would love to pick up something every night on her way home. So would love to make that happen. I do think cold storage will probably be an issue, to your point, and that was my earliest conversations with Johnny about having some fridge space. There is some there, so I think it's just a matter of making it work with what we can get. More in local food and in all food, refrigeration is kind of the key. So yes, refrigeration is necessary, but it's just finding that balance between dry goods, non-perishable goods and the amount of fridge space available. And we're willing to work with what's available and grow from there, I think is important part of what Johnny and I have discussed.
I'd like to go back to Mr. Sachs then as a follow-up to that. I indicated a number of spaces that are the back exit, for example, is a huge amount of space that is ultimately going to get filled up with file cabinets or something, because you certainly don't need almost 10 foot of width to go through a 3-foot door as an exit requirement. That's not the kind of requirement that exists anywhere. I'd like to, and I won't tell anybody where a copy machine should or shouldn't be, but maybe the copy machine areas can go back in that area to begin to free up space behind the Illuminate to provide them with a cold storage space immediately behind their display wall, and just allow that meeting room and the team room and the IDF room to slide back to where the copier is. There are many ways of doing it, and to also give them that extra breathing room in the front of the store to make it more viable for people to at least sort of pass each other and mingle a little bit while they're looking at the goods that are on display. Is that something you would consider?
I think the front of house, is easy for us to incorporate in terms of making that wider. In terms of the additional cold storage, all I'll say is we want to do what makes this successful. I just don't know where we are in this process now, what we committing to, and saying we're going to build a certain amount of storage. All I know is that we're going to work with Danielle to make her successful, right? We have, if you recall, we have a small portion of the office, of the remaining office that is upstairs as part of this. We'll have an additional refrigerator up there if Danielle needs additional refrigeration space. But in terms of building something that is permanently affixed as a cold storage in back of house, again, now we get to things that might materially impact the long-term usability of the space. But we will work to make sure that if storage is a gating issue to Danielle's success or Illuminate's success, we will remove that obstacle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleischer. I just want to say, I don't think you need to build a room that's just dedicated to cold storage, but maybe have storage space that's closer to the Illuminate space that can be used for cold storage, that has, power outlets that can handle a refrigerator or whatever her needs are. And if for some reason that space turns over, then the new tenant has storage that they can use as dry storage or cold storage, but it can be flexible.
Yeah,
I think actually where we had also looked at this, and this was probably a previous exhibit that was listed, and maybe the secretary can sort of block out where I'm talking about. At the bottom of the plan, next to the coffee bar, to the left of it, we had just envisioned extending that millwork to the window line. So yeah, effectively that bottom portion, exactly. So we can go ceiling height there, we can go to the bottom of the plan, but that's an easy place for us to include additional storage, whether it's dry storage or cold storage. And happy to incorporate that back into the plan. And again, I think we'd be very excited. Nothing would make leaves me happier if I were to come in on a weekend and Danielle, and we walk in the main space and Danielle is sitting behind the coffee bar with products that she's put out for the day, and she's using more storage and activating the entire storefront area. That would be a huge win in my mind. And so, again, I think that is an area that we had originally looked at, and we're happy to put, more millwork or storage, again, cold or dry, if that is going to, help her be successful.
And I want to be clear, I wasn't implying that you should have a built-in refrigerator like a supermarket has or anything else. If you have a room where the tenant can provide a large refrigerator or a freezer or whatever she may want. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you building a permanent cold room in the
Okay.
middle of your office space. What I'm looking for is two things in my mind for me to feel comfortable that this is viable. One is that the wall for the, I'm going to keep blanking on it, I apologize. The wall for the produce store be pulled back to align with the wall that is where the design store is, to get a little more space there. And that by shifting things south, if you will, in the plan, that a storage room dedicated to that element of the thing be there so that the retailer can either use it if it's a different retailer in the future, or this retailer now can use it to put in a refrigerator or cold storage. I just don't see them sending out a truck to 20 minutes or a half hour away to pick up something. And when I see the kind of storage that was shown in the illustration, I understand what that is, and the ability to have some cold drinks and everything else. I understand that. But those things in most facilities that have those kind of things are constantly restocking them during the course of the day. So I still believe that there's value to providing, if this is going to be a food facility, at least even in the first instance, providing someone with the space for refrigeration, which they may be responsible for furnishing the refrigerators or freezer, but providing them with something, with the space they need to do that within the context of the space that's leased to them. If those things can be done, I'm feeling more comfortable. I do believe having a door that separates the office use, for example, from the design use, doesn't say it has to be locked, doesn't prevent anybody from walking through it, but I think it will make a clear distinction between Compass and the design store. It would make a clear distinction between the food facility and Compass's offices. As far as I'm concerned, the door that I'm talking about could be at the back of the coffee bar and reception area. It's nothing more than a swing door that you then use to walk out of what we'll call the reception area into the office area. It's that sense of separation that will allow these elements in the front to work together as a potential retail day-long environment in conjunction with your entry lobby, so that if someone who's in your lobby wants to go over and grab something at the food place, they can do that. But that doesn't mean it's open all the way back into the offices or anything else. There should clearly be a separation.
If we can do that without impacting any egress or occupancy, I think that will make the operation better. I agree with you.
So that's the end of my questions and comments. Thank you.
I have a number of questions that are related. I guess the floor plan you have there, I mean, it looks like it was the original floor plan in terms of it doesn't, you have the welcome area where you were originally proposing welcome area, not the space for Illuminate. So one of my concerns is I want, if we're going to give an approval, I want to define what it is we're approving. And I have no idea of what that depth is. I think arguably we can do it just going straight across as the line that was drawn on the plan shows, so that the two spaces go the same distance back from the storefront. But do you know how wide that space is?
I do not know exactly. My guess is about 6 feet. across.
And that's the space, the illuminate space that's narrower.
Yeah, it's probably maybe 7.5 feet. I don't know. Honestly, maybe Brigitte would know a little bit better, but in terms of eyeballing, but yeah, it's probably about that. I'm just thinking of the.
I think that, you know, would have been helpful to have that. The other concern that relates to what Mr. Fleischer was raising is what you have here is your use is really in 3 distinct separate spaces. You have the second floor use that you have to go outside to get to, but here whichever door you come into, you have to, if you want to get to the other side, you have to walk through the retail space. And I guess I'm not sure why, you know, if you know, whether you relocate the copy machine or don't relocate the copy machine, if you eliminate that huddle space, then someone has the opportunity, they don't, you know, they can walk through, they can stay within your space without going through. It's one thing if they're going through to pick up, you know, to buy something or look over stuff in the design area, but it's, if all they're doing is saying, oh, the offices on this side are all occupied, let me try the other side, you know, given the narrow space, that's just creating more congestion. And from your point of view, I'm not sure why you don't want a little more interior, you're stuck with the second floor being separate, but a little more connectivity between the spaces. I'm not going to require that. I'm just saying something maybe you should look at as making your space more functional for you know, the realtors as they come and go. I guess the other just concern is and Mr. Fleischer was discussing is I think it's good to have flexibility, but where the illuminate space will end and the compass space begins at that front entrance, I think becomes very important in terms of, you know, are they going to be bounded by, I know you had the discussion of putting something, a refrigerator or something along the wall at the western edge of the compass space, but is there going to be a limit to where they can display their produce, or can they go up to the door that's the entrance to your space? You know, I'm just not sure what's going to define the limits of their use.
As of now, I mean, it's really it goes to that millwork in between the 2 bays. I think effectively going column to column. In terms of where we are building their branding and their storage. Again, I think the way that we will work with the 2 vendors is that they'll have access to the entirety of the space, but the branding will be in these particular areas.
Okay, so, okay. And that, and just bear with me a second. The design space, they will have the full utilization of that first bay of windows on the parking lot side.
Correct.
Okay.
And on the walnut side, but yeah, I assume you're just.
Yeah, I assume that was a given. Okay, I have no further questions. Are there any members of the public who have?
I have a question. Sorry.
Go on.
Has there been any thought given toward, so I know some produce will be sold out of one of the sites. Has there been any thought given to keeping the sidewalk or walkable areas clean? Reason I say that is because with raw produce, there's a chance that it can be dropped outside as people are leaving. It's going to be, it's a very walkable area, and we don't want to attract certain rodents and things like that. Has there been any extra thought put in place for that to continue to keep this area a clean and viable area?
Yeah, I think we have patios across various offices, and we wouldn't treat it any different in the sense of our nightly janitorial. We would have clean the exterior of the space. These are our patio portions that we occupy.
Yeah, I guess one of my concerns, it's going to be a high trafficked area, I assume, beautiful building, and it's in a great location. Produce, people will be going in and out, and some people may drop their produce. So it's just something to think about, just like how we look at areas that are dimly lit, and we think about, more lights to make areas safer. This is just, thinking about, keeping, rodents from kind of starting to collect in the area and all that.
We also have the benefit of the free hand of the market there in terms of our real estate agents. They will they will demand that the storefront in general is kept in an impeccable manner, which they always keep us on our toes there, that things are kept in a first class operation.
Okay, yeah, I don't want it to, well, I would hope that it wouldn't be that look where they start to have certain like rodent captures around where people can see that, so.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question also.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch.
Yes, so I wanted to revisit the flow. You had indicated in your line of questioning that people, in order to access the coffee bar area from the far side of the office, would have to walk through the welcome area or the illuminate area in order to access the coffee bar. Given, first of all, if the illuminate space is only about 6 or 7 feet, I think, we're certainly in a period of time in which we're highly sensitized around the realities of the coronavirus. And so it certainly raises a question. I mean, the more space that one can have, the better, especially if you're looking at an area where potentially there could be fairly high traffic. But the other issue for me is that the largest single place where people may congregate is that large conference room on the end, and I don't see the only exit that I see available to them is the front entrance to Compass. Am I seeing that correctly, or?
There is an egress right on where that cursor is. Yeah, exactly.
So that takes them out to where?
That takes them out to the Grove Street parking lot. So the building sets back from the Grove Street side quite a bit, but that's where the parking wraps around the building.
Okay, yeah, I think that's very important because I mean, we're also in a period in which we have heightened concerns about public safety, and so I'm glad to see that's available to people who might be meeting in that conference room if there is a need for them to exit in an emergency.
Yeah, just for your benefit, Mr. McCall, I'm showing this is the full architect plan that was submitted with the application. This is the proposed space here that we've been discussing. That door location is at this smaller circle, is where that door will exist.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions from board members?
Yeah, just to piggyback off that last point, is that an exit only, or will people be allowed to go in that way as well?
That will be key card access. So if agents want to use that, but it will not be open as members of the public. So ingress and egress with a key card.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask a quick question.
Yes.
So just curious, we certainly hope that, the proposed tenants of this space, of the two spaces, are successful here. But have you given them any thought to future occupancy, in the event that, there's a change in tenancy, are these spaces as designed suitable for other types of uses? They seem pretty, tailor-made to the, tenancy that you're proposing here. But just from a future planning and zoning perspective, as far as change of use or other occupant, are these spaces sufficient in size and storage, kind of in furtherance to Mr. Fleischer's comments, to other proposed uses of these spaces?
Sorry, is that a question for me?
Yes.
It's for you.
I think these spaces are pretty easy to turn around. I mean, particularly the design space. We could that could be a variety of uses. Certainly the millwork and the cold storage on the lower half of the millwork, may not be in demand for all users. But I personally, in terms of the longevity of these spaces, I don't believe what we're doing is either capital or design intensive such that they couldn't be accommodating to similar uses that, have gone complementary to some of these offices. I think at one point, we were considering like the art gallery and showroom type space in that area where Illuminate Foods is going. Obviously, that's not as active of a use, but one that's very easy to design in. But I think similar uses to both Danielle's and Brigitta's, are going to be there, given both the Compass brand, the amount of agents that we have in and out of the space, and the desirability of being, across the street from a restaurant like the Corner and the other businesses that are going in.
Thank you.
And Bill, I just want to make one more comment. I think your suggestion of having a path from that, what we'll call the parking lot entry, the one that anybody who's working upstairs and who's coming downstairs has to get in, should have a cut through, so that the people who are in part of Compass do not have to walk through the other two retail spaces in order to get to the other side of their own office. I think Compass has to be a standalone element that allows those two other elements to function independently. So I think that should be a condition of anything we do, that people coming from the offices above can get to both sides of their operation without having to go through the retail establishments that are proposed for the front of this, for the Walnut Street side of this layout.
I think it's a good comment and something that, probably we just missed, and I'm glad that this comments have come about in terms of, both securing the front space, but in terms of the back space and the flow, whether you make it a condition or not, I think is something good for us to incorporate into the plan in terms of just the functionality.
Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, are there any members of the public who have any either questions or comments on the application? Anything you want to say? This is your chance to say it.
Okay, all members of the public, I'll be unmuting all lines to allow for any public comment at this time. If you would like to make a public comment, just state your name and we'll bring you into the meeting to make that comment. All lines are unmuted. Please state your name if you'd like to make a comment at this time.
Kimberly Curtis.
Okay, hang on one second. We'll go to Ms. Curtis. Okay, Ms. Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Curtis, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Sure. And I don't know if you can see me. I can see everybody, but I don't see myself. So Kimberly Curtis, 57 Walnut Street in Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Okay, so either ask questions or say, if you have comments on the application.
Yep, absolutely. So, so my name's Kimberly Curtis. I'm a longtime resident, businesswoman, patron, and supporter of Montclair. I actually have a business in Upper Montclair on Bellevue Avenue. I've lived in this area for 8 years, but in Essex County for 20. And so basically, I came tonight to support Compass and Mr. Sachs and Ms. Schwab, Danielle, in this venture. So I have a little bit of a unique perspective on this from a resident and also from, someone who runs a business in the town. I've been a real estate broker in Montclair for 12 years. I now operate on the mortgage and lending side, a mortgage office in Upper Montclair. I'm very familiar with the town, the businesses, the community goals. I'm very active in the town. I think honestly, there's no better business that Compass could have chosen than these two businesses. I have a very unique perspective because I live 2 doors down from this building. So I pass it 20 times a day. I walk, I'm friends with Jeff at the corner. I'm over there eating probably more than I should. So I'm also a patron of Danielle's. I jumped on this idea when she started this last year, and I just can't say enough about it. She runs a very, environmentally friendly, conscientious, woman-owned managed business. And I just think that this will really complement our community. Nothing against nail salons and pizza parlors. I use all of them here locally, but I just think this concept is very refreshing. And then to Mr. Sachs' point, I think because, again, it's unique. I have a real estate background and I managed real estate companies in Montclair for years. I think that the agents will completely embrace both of these new ventures for their clients. So I think it's a great idea. And the other thing I would like to say is Danielle, not just like offering food, but also she has been instrumental. She offers a lot of like cooking classes and other types of things online. So as a matter of fact, my son and I will be taking one of her kids cooking classes on Zoom on Friday. So it's a great thing for our community. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who have either questions or comments on the application?
So once again, all members of the public, I'll be unmuting your lines. If you'd like to make a public comment on the application, please state your name and we'll bring you into the meeting. All lines are unmuted. Meredith Bergman. Okay, 1 second. Let me just remute everyone. Okay, Ms. Bergman, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, very good. You're in the meeting.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Meredith Bergman, 124 Lloyd Road, Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you. You have questions or comments?
I'm a native Montclarian. I've lived in Montclair for over 40 years. My family is in Montclair. My brother is in Montclair. I have watched the development of Walnut Street with anticipation, knowing that it's been a long time coming from when it was zoned industrial to recent mixed use rezoning. I am a current real estate agent and many of my clients actually go to Brigida. I know her taste, I know her style, I know what New Yorkers like. I know that she already has a fan base. So you've already created something that will immediately create an attraction. So you have built-in people to come to her, to come to Walnut Street already. So that will the anticipation's already there. Plus, in addition, you have everybody waiting around across the street all the time at the corner. So you almost have a captive audience. I think that she would be an incredible addition to the community's retail. I think she's a great economic developer. And I don't feel that there are enough of people like Brigida who have retail spaces in Montclair. And I do feel that there'll be you already have some attraction there. She already has people who are her fans. So I'd love to see that start. The only problem with Walnut Street is that nobody really knows on that part about retail. You have to create some sort of you have to have some sort of foothold, and Brigida has that kind of attraction.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other members of the public who have comments on the application?
Once again, all public members participating in tonight's meeting, just state your name. I'm unmuting the lines at this time. Please state your name if you'd like to make. Sorry, please state your name again.
Hi, Josh Pavakwa.
Okay, go ahead with your comment or question.
Let me just swear you in first. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Joshua Pavakwa, 115 Grove Street, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042. I'm a partner at the corner, directly across the street. So directly across the street. One of the things that makes what you're doing, restaurant, retail, etc., is having community and having a vibrant neighborhood. And so bringing in more businesses to the area is vital. And I think what the kind of hybrid scenario that Compass is doing with Brigida and with the food component as well adds a lot of value to what we do at the corner, to the extending kind of the development of Walnut past the train tracks to where we are, and just bringing more life and more vibrancy to the area. It's something that obviously Bloomfield has as a main thoroughfare. It's something that Church Street has. And so just introducing more vendors, more components to the retail and offerings that our customers have when they come to our space, when they're waiting for a table, when they're just in the area in general, is very valuable. So I love the concept that Brigida has. And I think having a commercial component like Compass has also quite a bit of value as well. So we're in full support of the ideas that have been discussed tonight for being our neighbors across the street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who either have questions or comments on the application?
Once again,
can I ask a question of the partner who just spoke?
let me unmute that line again.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Simon, with your question.
Hi, Josh. I'm sorry I didn't catch your surname, but what was your feeling of the space before those two retail spaces were carved out, when the entire space was going to be used for the real estate office? Were you in favor of that still?
Yeah, I still was actually. I don't think that there is. I mean, I think there is a value add to having it be a little bit more dynamic and having it appeal to more people and not simply be a commercial space. But even on its own, I don't think that that's a deterrent. I can't really think of many major kind of streets or thoroughfares or parts of town in big cities, small cities that have a vibrant kind of walking retail, food and beverage environment without a bunch of diverse kinds of businesses, right? You don't want to walk down the street where it's just 25 restaurants in a row. You want kind of a mixture of things. Some commercial, like a real estate office, that makes perfect sense in a small residential township. It is a very suburban area, and so having a commercial component that focuses on home selling, buying, I mean, that makes kind of perfect sense. Yeah, so with or without. I think both are great options, but I do like the added value that a curated space like Brigida can bring to it, and the food component as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other members of the public with comments or questions on the application?
Once again, members of the public, I'll be unmuting your lines. Please state your name if you'd like to make a comment. All lines are unmuted. Please state your name if you'd like to make a comment.
Graham, can I just say one thing? It's Meredith Bergman.
Yes, hang on 1 second. Let me just remute all lines and bring you in, Ms. Bergman. 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Bergman.
Just one of the favorite pastimes of people, especially in Montclair, is to look at local real estate listings. So to have that posted in the front of Compass is something that people will certainly enjoy. I know that when I go on vacation, I always wonder how much things cost. I always go to the local real estate and I sit there in front of the window to wonder and have my questions answered about what's available in our town. So it's certainly a great option instead of standing around just on the corner waiting for a table.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public with either questions or comments on the application?
Okay, all members of the public, I'll be unmuting the lines once again. Please state your name if you have a comment on the application or a question. And any public questions or comments at this time, just please state your name. Not hearing any further inquiries, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Trembulack, do you have anything further you want to say before we discuss and vote on the application?
Yes, just some brief concluding comments, Mr. Chairman. I think it's pretty obvious. I hope that Compass has done, I think, a very good job of addressing the board's concerns by activating the storefront along Walnut Street, by providing retail uses, which will have a presence in 2/3 of the storefront space, very similar to what the board approved for the Keller Williams space in Upper Montclair, and at the same time minimizing the visibility of the first floor office space from the street. The uses, I think, are very interesting uses, very complementary. Obviously, you have a somewhat established Montclair business operated by a Montclair resident, which is obviously very compatible and complementary to Compass, and then a very exciting, I think, and interesting food business, which I think will develop a very strong following in this town, which will enable her to confidently be open more than the 4 days or so that she initially envisions. So I think this is a good plan, and I think it should be approved, subject to various conditions. I think Mr. Satz has essentially agreed to virtually, all of the revisions suggested by the board for the first floor layout. Another important condition that I'm sure Mr. Harrison would mention, but I'm going to mention it first, is obviously there needs to be a condition to deal with the future use of this space should these vendors not occupy it in perpetuity. There's likely to be a change somewhere down the road, hopefully not for quite a while, but we would certainly expect and agree to a condition very similar to what the board imposed with the Keller Williams space, that those two-thirds of that space along Walnut would have to be utilized by other permitted first floor uses in the neighborhood commercial zone. So, subject to those conditions and the plan modifications, I would respectfully request that the board approve the application. Thank you for your time as always.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Church.
Hang on, Mr. Church. Let me just unmute you. Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Church.
Am I open? Okay.
Sure.
I believe that Compass has come back with a viable plan from our last meeting with them, and they've tried to accommodate what neighborhood commercial means to us in on the board. The only thing I am concerned with is that these retail establishments get sufficient space to accommodate what they want to do. I'm concerned that these spaces now proposed could be just showcases for an internet business and not really a true retail operation. So with that in mind, I would approve this, or I'd vote to approve this, if adequate space is provided for each establishment so that these establishments can be successful, but also so that future tenants coming in have adequate space to be successful. I know some discussion by the board members about moving things back so that you have wider thing is very valuable. And I think that Compass should consider that as a part of their retail outlets. So I would be in favor of this application if, in fact, modifications could be made to the space. I think the space provided right now, as I've seen, is too small for both of these establishments. And certainly they will grow in this town because they both have appeal. They have appeal to Montclairians, and they have appeal to, I'm sure, people coming into Montclair to shop. So I would be in favor of it, but I'd like to see some modification to the space.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch.
Yeah, thank you. I think I perhaps have a slightly different point of view than that of Mr. Church. My interpretation of these two additional businesses is that they have already established a significant online presence of some sort. I think that's how they've been able to build their businesses over the course of the last period of time, and I can easily foresee that they will utilize the opportunity in this building to expand that capacity. So I would not want to inhibit that capacity in any form or fashion. I'm generally in support of this proposal. The one caveat that I have is that I would agree with Mr. Fleischer that I believe that there should be a direct access from one side of the building to the other without having to have the staff of Compass go through the Illuminate area. And with that caveat, I see no reason to not support this proposal.
You say me, Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. My concern is, I'm generally in favor. My concern is with the condition that Mr. Tremulak volunteered. In the time frame that the spaces are not occupied, what limitations are we going to put in place? Are we going to explicitly prohibit Compass from using that as office space or storage? And in the meantime, does that mean that those spaces stay dark until they find a new tenant? So that's the one part that I'm having some trouble with. And I'd like to hear if anyone else has the same concern or hear what suggestions may lay forth. So it's more a matter of in that period that, you know, if we say that the space has to be rented out, what happens if they can't find a tenant? You know, are we prohibiting them from using that space for offices until they find a new tenant, so that it doesn't just look like, you know, storage or just more space?
Okay. Ms. Harris?
I'm generally in favor of the proposal with the additional retail space. I think the suggestions that Mr. Harrison made should be seriously considered and probably made a condition of approval, just because we want the retail spaces to be successful and not stagnate. So I think adding more storage and making the other changes that Mr. Harrison suggested would be a good idea. And I think Mr. Simon's concern about what happens to the spaces when they're vacant is a good one. And I think there should be a condition that that they're not reverted to office space or meeting space for Compass, for the real estate office.
Okay. Ms. Gilmer?
I'm also in favor of the application. I can see that they made considerable changes from last suggestions that we made that greatly improved the setup for the new two businesses. And they seem to have great support from the community with the designer and Illuminate, which I would like to patronize. So I think it's great. And then also with the support of the corner across the street, bring vibrancy to that area. I do agree that they should have sort of like a walkthrough so that they can prevent crossover through the businesses. And I would also agree that we need more workspace, more storage space for the tenants to be successful. So I'm in favor.
Okay. Mr. Fleischer?
Steps towards addressing, thank you. I want to thank the applicant because I think they've taken some major steps towards trying to adhere to both the spirit and the intent of the neighborhood commercial zone. I've made a number of comments. I think critically, the one comment is that people in the Compass offices should not have to walk through either of the retail spaces to go to and from other parts of their office. I think the office should basically be, in essence, a place that is standalone. It has an exit through its reception area and it has an exit in the parking area, and that will generally meet all the requirements. I would suggest, however, that there's no reason to have something other than a door between the Compass spaces and the retail spaces. I think we have to have a requirement that these spaces, specifically other than what we call the entry and reception area for Compass, remain as retail use throughout the life of this facility in its with regard to this particular real estate office situation, since even the real estate office alone would require a variance to be here because real estate offices are not a permitted first floor use in the neighborhood commercial zones, and since we always in fact have to provide a variance for them to exist at all within those zones. So, and I understand that crossover between retail and the real estate uses, because sometimes those real estate uses are attractions in and of themselves. So I understand that. I think more breathing room is needed in front. I don't know, without a set of dimension plans, I don't know how we actually set a dimension. You know, is it 12 foot? Is it 15 foot? What is the dimension from the front wall in those two retail areas that would, well, I think we need the layout, if we can, of the space. I think we need to set a, what I'll call a dimension, and there's nothing here that tells you the dimension. I mean, interesting enough, the size of the retail store in the front, which is the design store, is about the same size as the exit corridor further in. There's something, there's no scale to this thing. I wish I knew, and I wish somebody here knew what the depth of what is interesting enough on this thing called the lounge, as opposed to a real estate establishment. It just frankly makes me nervous. I don't want that to become a lounge for the Compass offices. I think another plan still called the area where the food facility is going to be. I think they still called it a waiting area. Am I not right? Yeah, it's still a welcome area. Well, it's not a welcome area. It's a store in itself. There's a sense that it becomes so fungible that these are elements that essentially are part of Compass's real estate offices, and I don't want that to be the case. I'm not sure exactly how we can set those conditions without better understanding what the final floor plan is. So that's a big concern for me. I've heard a lot of promises, but I don't know. And I will add, is there any way of Graham, you could probably answer this question. Is there any way of knowing what was projected to be storefront on the original application along the parking area? Do we know that, Graham?
I'm starting to talk and I have him on mute. Are you referring to the prior application for the construction of this building?
Yes. How much of that was supposed to be storefront? I thought it was supposed to be the first 3 bays were all storefront, and now it's showing, yeah, I mean, the first 3 bays were all storefront in the original application, and now we're essentially showing that only 2 bays, I think, are storefront, and the next element is now a solid wall with a door in it. So unless I'm misreading it,
This is the plan that was, yeah, I just want to note, this is a plan that was submitted with this application.
But what was submitted, we don't know what was submitted in the original application for that.
I guess, Mr. Sullivan, just procedurally, I do have access to that plan. Would we have to mark that if I did pull that up to display?
We should.
Okay, so just give me 1 second. I can.
Yeah, and this is one of the concerns that I had as we're listening to this. I think the plan indicates that it's 3,210 square feet on the first floor, but we need some parameters as to what these 2 retail uses are actually occupying. I mean, we have no dimensions on the plan. I'm hoping, Joe, maybe you had some way to to get us there.
Yeah, I think I have, well, Graham's getting that. I think I have a way of getting us there that gives us the measure of protection, but lets us move forward tonight. So when it's my turn, I'll propose something.
Thank you, Bill. Can we go back to the plan then? So, oh, Graham's busy. Oops.
Sorry, yeah. I was kind of moving around. But you should see the plan here now, right? Or do you want this plan?
No, the plan that's the current plan that's proposed. As I said, in the other plan, I don't know what the other plan we were looking at before said, but that called that retailers shop in the corner a lounge. And I don't know, you know, another document that we saw just about a minute ago called that a lounge. This one calls it a welcome area. It doesn't call it anything on another plan. So
Right.
even within
Yeah.
their own documents, it says different things.
Yeah, page three of it, what was marked A3 tonight shows the space occupied by Pierce Design as a lounge area, and then page 2 of A3 shows the space occupied by Illuminate is labeled as a welcome area. So I mean that both of those have square footages, which is good in terms of our being able to figure out what is making sure the plan they come back with is what we want. But let me do that when it's my turn. Joe, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, I think you have a sense of what my concerns are. I really believe Compass has to be able to operate without passing through the retail establishments. That's either one of the retail establishments. And beyond that, I do believe at the very least, and I'm not going to comment on the design store, but I do believe at the very least that if there is a food operation, and that's what you have there in what is called on this drawing a welcome area, it must have an area where it can have some refrigerated storage, which could be nothing more than a storage room with 1 or 2 refrigerators in it. But I do believe it requires that kind of space to support the operation. And, you know, I leave it to the applicant and their subtenants, so to speak, to negotiate that, but that to a degree that they need that space. And I believe it is the applicant's obligation to find the space they need to have that refrigeration area. As I say, not some built-in super refrigerator, but something that can provide some refrigerated storage outside of what's in those small little display area cabinets. And I'll leave it at that for now. But basically, otherwise, I'm in favor conceptually. I'm not in favor in detail.
Mr. Moore?
I am generally in favor of the application, given the restrictions and concerns of my colleagues. I think that what's been proposed will certainly add value to the area with the restrictions that we were talking about. I also, maybe I didn't hear this before, but I'm curious to know what's happening to the parking lot area at night when no one's working there. Since, you know, Montclair does have a parking issue, is it something that is possibly going to be allowed for public parking to assist with the overusage, for the need of additional parking in town? But outside of that, I'm in favor of the application. I think it will certainly be an enhancement to the area, not a hardship. But it's a good idea.
I'm also in favor of the application. I want to commend the applicant for really listening to our comments the last time and coming back with some, what I will call real retail uses. You know, I think given that the approval of the variance for the real estate use will not cause a substantial detriment to the public good or a substantial impairment of the zone plan, since most of the frontage on Walnut Street will have a very retail appearance to it. I think, let me go through the conditions. Let me do simpler things first. I mean, what we were submitted tonight showed some signage. I want to make it clear that any signage that is installed has to conform to the ordinance. Two, that they
I just supplement, Mr. Chairman, on the signage. There is a master signage plan that was approved as part of the site plan application for this property as well. So it should comply with the prior approvals for the
Okay.
property as well.
Okay, the two spaces that have been discussed tonight, always utilized for uses that are permitted in the neighborhood commercial zone, or if the zoning changes in the future to any uses that are permitted in the zone in which the property is located. Graham, if you could just make a note for our annual report that we should recommend that the whole property be put in the neighborhood commercial zone, so we don't cause gratuitous issues because the two lots are not currently are in different zones, and just will simplify everyone's life in the future. That the retail space is shown for the design store be the size is shown. The retail space for Illuminate be expanded so the southern edge of that lines up with the southern edge of the space for the design store. That in order to ensure, and let me do the other related condition, that a walkway be created so that realtors can go from one side of the first floor space to the other side without having to either go outside or go through the retail space to get to the other side. That before we adopt the resolution, that the applicant submit a plan that we will be able to reference in the resolution that has the dimensions of the two spaces clearly indicated, and cross-references that to the plans that are shown on A3 that have the square footage that's labeled welcome area on the one space and lounge area on the other space. So we're sure we're not getting cheated in what we're expecting here. And that be submitted so we can either reference the dimension shown on that plan or reference that plan in the approval, so there's no question on the size of the space being shown, and that there be, in terms of the Illuminate space, greater detail provided, so we're comfortable that what's being provided for cold storage refrigeration is adequate. I'm not saying how you do that, but that be shown specifically on the plans. That when to deal with Mr. Simon's issue, that at any point that either of the spaces are not occupied, that the space not be utilized for any use related to the real estate office use, and two, that something be done. I'll leave it to you. The traditional is to put artwork up, but to do something in the windows so the space doesn't look like dead space. And I think that's all the conditions I have. Any further discussion among board members?
I'd like to have a condition that says there are doors between the retail spaces and the office space.
Okay.
I shouldn't say that. The office space contains essentially two corridors that, when they're connected, represent sort of a U environment. And what I'm saying is the entry into those two corridors should have something there, and right, something along those lines, or the one on the lower portion of the drawing could be moved further north, depending on what the final layout is, to some point that allows the stores to have a clear demarcation. I don't think we should have a separation between, but maybe we should, and that's a question I think others should chime in on, whether or not each store should have the ability to close off its area entirely when the store is closed. And for example, if everybody from Compass can walk into the food area when that store is closed, and if there's any food or any products there, they could be so there's some issues of privacy and security for those retail stores that ought to be established, that the retailer can close off their space when the space is not open.
Okay, I have a somewhat different view. I agree in terms of the space that the easternmost hallway, that there should be a door there. I'm not sure about the door on the other. I mean, that's presumably going to be the main point where the public is going into the real estate office, and I'm not sure having a door there is desirable for that. Having something that enables the space for Illuminate to be closed off, maybe a sliding partition. I mean, I'll leave it to the occupants of the space, but that may be the more logical place to put it. So, because assuming she doesn't want to lock everything up every night, that she presumably does want to provide some level of protection to whatever produce she's leaving behind overnight. That may be a more logical place to put a door going.
Can I just say something? You see, we all see the modularity of the exterior on Walnut Street. There are basically 3 bays here. And it would be very good if that center zone could line up. If you look at the west side of it, it's sort of like 1.5 feet beyond the pier. If the whole thing slid 1.5 feet the other way, yeah, I mean, so that there's some logic to it as the module related to the module of the building itself. That would work actually in everybody's favor, because otherwise you're going to get into some really strange additions where walls and doors or temporary partitions want to meet the middle of a window. So a little more care in the detailed design of the space would be helpful, and hopefully we can see that in the updated plan when it gets to us. And I don't know how to define that. It doesn't have to be in the middle of the pier, but it ought to be hitting something solid, not the middle of a wall or the middle of a glass pane, the way it would now, the way it looks or appears anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the logic, partially because I think the Illuminate get more space, do it at the western edge of that pier. And that almost lines up with the meeting room wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about something that makes sense along those lines. Because if you look at the layout of the so-called team rooms, they essentially show 2 desks, and I presume, I don't know if that's file cabinets or something, and I hate to get into this level of detail at one level, but in the end, I want the ability that at some point, if Compass goes away, that there are opportunities for other stores to come in there and make use of the thing. And if you set it up the right way, it can be done by thinking about the building exterior when you're planning the interior. It can work a whole lot better. So I don't know how else to state it, but that's my thought on it.
Any other discussion among board members? Okay. Someone want to make a motion?
I move to approve the application with the conditions as stated by the chair, including the submission of a final floor plan with dimensions that the board can review before it before the final resolution is issued.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second,
Okay.
second.
Graham, you want to do a roll call?
Yes, I can do a roll call. Okay. So we have 8 members in attendance tonight. So Ms. Gilmer, you're our last alternate, so you won't be eligible to vote. Ms. Harris,
I'm in favor.
Mr. Simon, Mr. Simon,
Yes.
Mr. McCullough,
Yes.
Mr. Church,
Yes,
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Fleischer,
Yes,
and Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Alan, we're going to take a break now. How long do you think your next application will take?
Well, I have 2 witnesses. I'm going to try to move through it quickly. I'm hoping an hour.
Okay, because I'd like to finish, you also do the last application on the agenda. So if you can do it in an hour, then we should be able to do that as well. But if it's going slowly, we may break so I can do the last
Yeah,
application.
I mean, may depend on questions, but
I understand there are things beyond your control. Okay,
Right.
we'll resume at 10:20.
okay.
Thanks.
Have we gotten responses back for the May 5th meeting?
As far as attendance, I hadn't yet done that yet. We're just scheduling all residentials for that evening, so we'll just need 5 members present, but I'll send out a poll of the board members and advise of that meeting date following this meeting.
Yeah, let me give you a heads up. At some point, I think I have to be before the Hamilton Planning Board virtually. They meet first and third Wednesdays, so you may need to do some residentials. I doubt we're making the 5th at this point, but we'll see. And then I'll just flip over and join you when I'm done with that meeting.
Okay. Better than driving back from Hamilton.
I've done that drive so many times, I actually miss it.
Okay, is everybody? Mr. Moore, Ms. Gilmer, are you here yet?
Graham, just so you know, I'm back. This is Jonathan.
Hi, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
I'm back. I'm back.
Rick, are we ready to go back on the record? Thanks. Mr. Harrison, would you like me to announce the postponement?
Yes.
Okay. So this is to announce that application 2695 by applicant Kyle and Carrie Kalaja for property at 54 South Fountain Avenue. The applicant has requested postponement of the proceedings to the board to carry the matter to the board's May 19th, 2021 meeting. The application will be carried with no further notice. The applicant also did consent to an extension of time by way of correspondence received.
Okay. The next application is that of 321 Orange Road LLC for property located at 321 Orange Road. This is an application for a variance pursuant to NJSA 40:55D 70D1 to permit a portion of the building in the subject property to be used as an expanded optometry office for Drs. Barnes and Carter LLC. The property is located in the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zone and is designated on the township tax maps as block 4001, lot 1. Pursuant to Montclair Code Section 347-90E, offices are not permitted on the first floor of buildings located in the NC zone. And therefore, the applicant requests a variance to permit a portion of the building to be used for office space. The building will also be used for retail sale of eyeglass frames, contact lenses. Applicant has applied for a variance from Montclair Code Section 347-101 to permit fewer on-site parking spaces than the number of parking spaces required under the ordinance. Are taxes paid and is the notice in order?
Yes.
Mr. Trembulac, do you want to proceed?
Mr. Trembulac, you're muted. 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go. You're off mute now. Go ahead.
Okay. Graham, I mean, if you can let into the meeting, I think should be
Yep.
Frank Barnes, hopefully, and George Williams, the two witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Barnes and Mr. Williams have now been admitted to the meeting.
Thank you. Members of the board, Alan Trembulac, for the record, appearing on behalf of the applicant Barnes and Carter Realty LLC. This application involves property located at 321 Orange Road. It's similar in terms of the relief that's requested to the last application, but I think substantially different in terms of the location of the property, the applicant, and everything is much different. And I think I would hope to think a much easier variance for the board to approve for the reasons that we will explain during the hearing. Again, the application is for D variance to permit medical office use on the first floor of a building in the neighborhood commercial zone. The building we're dealing with is 321 Orange Road, located at the corner of Orange Road and Washington Avenue in the South End Business District. The building was most recently occupied for a number of years by the South End hardware store, which closed operations sometime last year, and the building was subsequently sold to my clients. My clients here are Frank Barnes, Dr. Frank Barnes, and his wife, Dr. Tanya Carter. They have operated an optometry practice on Orange Road for approximately 30 years. They began their practice as tenants in 317 Orange Road, 2 doors down from this property. And then I believe in about 20 years or so ago, they purchased the building next door at 319 and moved their practice to that location where they have operated ever since. And they are now seeking to expand their practice and the retail component of their optometry practice to incorporate the former South End hardware location that we're looking at on the screen. And the purpose of the expansion, I mean, they've been occupying space, and I'm happy to say I've been a patient for a number of years. Very small space. I think it's about 1,775 square feet, which is rather cramped. They have a thriving practice, which they're looking to expand and grow, and particularly expand the retail component of the business, which involves obviously eyeglass frames, other eyeglass products, and including products for people with visual impairments. So what you'll see from the renderings and the floor plans that we propose will be a substantial retail component of the expanded building that will occupy approximately 30% of the space in the front of the building along Orange Road, with the office uses located to the rear. We also, as the notice indicated, in addition to the use variance, we also have applied for a parking variance. I think our proofs will demonstrate that there is more than adequate parking for this use. This property, as well as 319 Orange Road, has virtually no on-site parking, which is generally true for, I think, almost all of the buildings in the South End Business District, which rely very heavily on on-street parking as well as the Orange Road Municipal Parking Lot, which, as you'll see from some of our testimony, is very much underutilized and very much available. And also the actual demand for parking generated by this expanded use, as you'll hear from Dr. Barnes, is rather limited and certainly substantially less than the parking required under the ordinance for medical use. So that's the nature of the application and the relief that we're seeking. And I have two witnesses, as I indicated earlier, Dr. Frank Barnes and our professional planner, George Witness. So if I may, I'd like to proceed by calling Dr. Barnes as my first witness.
Dr. Barnes, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Can you guys see me? I do have my hand raised, and I do swear.
Dr. Barnes, are you able to come on visually?
I'm hopefully I can. I thought I might be. Let's see here. Let's see the screen. There should be a video there. Maybe go to yours. Go to Carter. You might need it. Let's try another way. You can see me now?
Can't see you yet. We can hear you better, or I can.
Start my video. Let me see if that works. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right, success. Dr. Barnes, so I'm just going to swear you in again. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I swear.
State your name and address, please.
My address is, my name is Dr. Frank Barnes Jr. I'm at 319 Orange Road in Montclair.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Dr. Barnes, where's your home address?
I'm about 4 blocks away from here. I'm at 5 Orchard Court in Montclair. I've been there 28 years.
Okay. And what is your occupation?
I'm an optometrist. We have an optical where we sell frame contact lenses, low vision devices, vision therapy devices, and other aids for eye care. I'm a low vision specialist. I'm trying to see what's the rest of that question on that thing. Did I answer the question?
That's good enough for now. And you're one of the owners of Dr. Barnes and Carter optometry office on Orange Road?
Yes, I own the practice with my wife, Dr. Tanya Carter.
Okay. And she's the other owner of the business as well?
Yes, she is.
Okay. And when did you and your wife first start your optometry practice on Orange Road?
We started in 1991, Orange Road at 317, which used to be the Clay Cellar by Carla Hollowitz. And then we moved to where Handy Dandy is, to 319, where we are now, in 2002. And we've been here ever since.
Okay. And do you own the building at 319 where you're currently located?
Yes, we do own.
Okay. And do you and your wife currently own the property which is the subject of this application, namely the property at 321 Orange Road?
Yes, we do own the property at 321 Orange Road, where we want to move our practice into and rent out where we are currently.
Okay. And where, when did you acquire that property?
We acquired this 321 Orange Road. We acquired that in December 2020.
Okay. By the way, do you know how long that property was available or listed for sale before you purchased it?
It's been on and off for like 10 years, and I've been talking to the previous owner for a while about it. The last one I had shown, it was in 2015, when she almost had a buyer. There's several buyers that came through that fell all the way until our final decision to make a deal with.
Okay, so on and off about, he was trying to sell for about 10 years and was not successful in accomplishing that until you bought it last year.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you own any other properties on Orange Road?
I own the properties adjacent to me from 309 Orange Road up to where we're talking about now.
Okay. So is that total of how many different lots is that? 4?
I believe so.
Okay, so you own essentially from 309 Orange Road right to the corner, 321.
That is correct.
Okay. And you own those with your wife, correct? In
That is correct.
different limited liability companies, but co-owned with you, by you and your wife.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, I think you've already indicated you've purchased 321 with the intention of moving your optometry practice into that building to have larger space to operate. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
We've outgrown this.
All right. Why don't you discuss for the board, you know, your optometry practice as it's currently operated at 319 Orange Road, type of services you provide, related products, things of that sort.
Okay. Right now, if you guys can see me, I'm actually at the office now, and we have an optical that we are presently in, and we sell glasses. We sell eyeglasses. We sell contact lenses. I sell low vision aid products for the visually impaired. I'm with the Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired. I'm actually the most active one in Essex County, where we sell microscopic glasses, telescopic, magnifiers, special visual aids to help the visually impaired see. That's part of the retail. That's not just the regular optical that you get off the street. And the type of optical we have is not just for adults. We also do for children, where we have sports glasses, infants glasses. Of course, we do infant C. So we have specialized glasses for that. And we also have special aids we use for vision therapy, as we do eye coordination for people who have binocular problems. We sell those as well. Okay. So we have an optical here that we are now, my current space is about 1,500 square feet upstairs. We have a vision therapy portion that we do downstairs that increases our square footage, going to about our entire size here, going to an optical next door, making that 1,600, 1,650 something square footage as an optical, as we can expand our retail portion. And that's our goal, is to our company bringing retail to optical. Eye designs, that's what we're trying to do, and we're trying to expand as we want to do more.
Okay. So in addition, you obviously provide eye examinations and, you know, regular eye doctor services, if you will.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, it's the one stop where you can come and get your eye examination and then get the product that you need. We have an optical lab here that we make the glasses here as well. So I have an optician that works for me, so does the measurements for the patient, and also choose the glasses, and then we make them here also. So we have an optical lab on site to finish the job also.
Okay. And how many doctors currently work in the office?
It's two, me and my wife, Dr. Tanya Carter.
Okay. And what about your current staffing, number of employees, et cetera?
We have 6. They're three in the optical, 3 in the other part where we have visual testing and contact lens training. They do that. The other ones that work in the optical, 3 of them there. They are part-time. They rotate in and out so that they can, with today with COVID, we are limited with the amount of time that we're here, but we have 3 that work here to help patients out, picking out their frames and taking measurements and making the glasses.
So you have a total of 6 employees and plus you and your wife, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the most number of staff, including you and your wife, in the office working in the office at any point given time?
That amount, 6.
Say, okay.
8.
8 with,
Well, including us, there'll be a total of 8.
so there are times when the full 8 are in the office at the same time. Okay.
We have several of our employees are Montclair residents, and some of them live right in the area. One walks down the street and works there. Another one walks around the corner on Nishway Road. So we have 2 of them that walk here. We have another one that takes the bus here. So we have some that are pretty local. We hire the residents as well.
Okay. All right. I want to talk about your current parking availability and how parking is handled for your existing practice. Now, I know there's currently a paved area in the rear of the building that is accessed from Washington Avenue. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
That's behind the former hardware store building. How is that lot currently used for parking, if at all?
Well, part of it was the hardware store, which was very underutilized parking space. And then I parked back there next to my office at 319. Then there's some empty spaces, and then there's some spaces for the other businesses on Orange Road on my side that are adjacent to me.
So those spaces are reserved for tenants in the other buildings that you own?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And do any of your employees currently park in the rear of the building?
No, they do not.
Okay. Where do they generally park?
The ones that drive, they will park on the street.
Okay.
They will park, let's say, on Madison Avenue.
Okay. And what about your patients? Where do they currently park?
Most of them will park in front of the office and the meter parking in front. That's where they normally will park. We tried to convince some of them to park in the parking lot, just right across the street. But some actually do it, but very little. But most of them have no problem. They park on Orange Road.
Okay, so usually there's on-street parking available, but the lot is also available when necessary.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, since you moved to your current location at 319 Orange Road, have you ever experienced any problems with any of your patients or staff being able to find parking spaces in the area?
In the 30 years and the 19 years I've been in my present location, there's never been a problem.
Okay. And we mentioned a minute ago the municipal lot, which is on the other side of the street behind the stores, correct?
Yes, there's an alleyway that leads to the parking lot that's actually straight out my front door across the street. So that is available for them. That is available, yes.
Okay. Now, have you since we filed this application, done any sort of surveys of how that parking lot is utilized, the number of available spaces at certain points in time?
Yes, I did go one week and just mapped out how many cars were for the evening, and say, well, how many cars were there? There was, I think there might be 33 spaces, and some permit and some meters, and there's normally maybe 7 cars back there. There's a couple of cars that are back there all the time, and some that show up when it's after 6 o'clock when they don't have to pay the meter. But throughout the day, there might be 7, 8 maximum cars back there.
Graham, can I ask you to pull up the first exhibit? I think we've have these been pre-marked, Graham, like we discussed? Graham there?
Okay, I can see it, but I had those.
All right. I think we may have lost Graham, but he and I went through some exhibits, and I think we agreed to pre-mark this as exhibit
I
1.
apologize. I was on mute. I didn't realize I was on mute. Yes, we did pre-mark. This is exhibit A1 that we pre-marked, the Orange Road parking lot counts.
Frank, okay, do you recognize this?
Yes, I put those times. The M stands for meters, the P for permits, and there's one handicapped non-metered space there also. So I jotted down at different times how those meters and permit parking spaces were used. So that reflects it.
So you're showing that you counted the spaces, and there's a total of 33 spaces in that lot, 19 metered spaces, 13 permit, and 1 handicapped. Is that
is correct?
Accurate?
Yes.
And am I correct that this shows the number of parking spaces that were occupied at the times noted in this exhibit?
Yes, at 10 o'clock noon and 5 o'clock, I took those numbers.
Did you personally count the cars and write down the numbers that are shown on this exhibit?
Yes, I personally did this myself.
Okay, and that was during the Monday through Friday, the week of March 22nd?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. So, all right, well, the document speaks for itself. I mean, it's fair to say, based upon the numbers, it looks like the highest number of spaces at any of those times that were occupied was a total of 11 spaces on Thursday at 5 o'clock. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I realize you obviously didn't take records of every single day, but you're there pretty much, down at the office and see this lot almost every day. Is that right? Fair to say?
I've been seeing a lot for every day for the last 30 years. And I've also been on the Montclair Economic Development Corporation board and board member. That's one of the things that we talked about, how to get that parking lot more visible, how to get the people to use it more, because we have that problem for quite some time that has been an underutilized parking space.
Okay. So is it fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, based upon your familiarity with that lot, that these numbers that we're looking at on this exhibit are fairly typical?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Graham, if we can just flip to the next exhibit 2. Okay. Frank, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's one of the photographs I took, and I believe this is a morning one because I'm trying to look for the shadow of the sun as it hit the building, and this shows how bare it is.
Now, that's the municipal lot that we're talking about.
Yes,
Okay. And that was taking, obviously during daytime hours, was it during the weekday?
yes, that's on the weekday about 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Now I'd like to move on and ask you to talk about your plans for the new building at 321. So the intention is to move your entire operation into that space, and then you would rent the building at 319 for some other use. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but I'd like you to explain again why it is that you feel the need or that you have the desire to expand the space for your business operation.
Well, when we first moved to where we are currently from 317 to 319, I had one room that I had for my low vision aids. Then the room is now an examination room, so because we had too many patient overload. Also, my contact lenses are in my hallway and back in my business area now, where we've outgrown the storage space that we had it. So we don't have any more room. Our optical, we like to display more, we like to do more, we like to have more accessories, from nutraceuticals to red eye relievers, from hot eye compressors, telescope, now all these things that we have that we don't have any space for it. And so we're limited to what we can do. And so we want to be able to offer more and do more.
Okay. And what about the various rooms that you have currently? As I understand it, having been there, they serve multiple purposes. Is that right?
That is correct. One of the things, even with COVID brought out, is social distancing. But we already had a problem because we had our pre-testing room where we have about 5 instruments in there to do different testing on a person in one room. So when we bring a person in to do the test to see if they have glaucoma, keratoconus, or any kind of problem, the instrument is tied up because a person is in there. So we can't bring another person in there for the privacy. So in the new place, we want to have a different space allocated for each testing so we can separate the patient and the equipment, so that we can function without holding the other instrument hostage. The patient has to wait around for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And you have floor plans that have been prepared for the new space. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Graham, can you pull up Exhibit A3? Okay. You recognize that document, Frank?
Yes, and as we go through the front door on Orange Road, that entire section is the optical, about a third of the building, and you see the reception desk, the optical display. Right, that's all part of the optical there.
When you say optical, what do you mean by optical? I mean,
that's where we sell the frames. That's where we sell the frames and eyewear things that belong to eye care.
okay.
So that's where the person would come in and choose out a pair of sunglasses, prescription and non-prescription. That's where a person would pick out a pair of glasses. So we sell prescription eyewear that will generate what people need, but we also sell non-prescription eyewear also, whether it's a sunglass or blue eye protection, things like that. So we do prescription and non-prescription. That's where they will come in that optical and choose that. Further back beyond that is the optical on the right-hand side, or the bottom, is where they manufacture the glasses. That's the lab, and right behind that is where we have the low vision devices, those magnifiers and telescopes. So that's actually part of the retail as well, portion.
Okay. And then behind that, I don't expect you to discuss all of the different offices, but there are quite a few spaces there, separate and apart. Can you just kind of describe in a general way what, what those various rooms are?
Sure. So if we look at the top row on Washington Avenue, right behind the red, those are where we're saying to designate those as those special testing for those testing to rule out certain conditions that have separate those instruments. As you come across that, right, and then right below that green is what those are contact lenses, storage room, and also where we teach them how to put on and take off the contact lenses. Yes, right there is good. And then below that, that's the low vision area for the low vision devices for the vision impaired. And right behind that, going more toward the back, that's the vision therapy where we have the binocular vision training for people that have eye turns or eye coordination problems. That's there. And they have special visual aids that we use for patching the eye or separating the eyes so that they can do visual processing better. The other one's examination rooms, a coffee break room, bathroom, doctor's office, and mechanical room where we have to run the business. There's no basement there, so everything is upstairs.
And how many doctor's offices are shown on that floor plan?
2.
Okay, that's similar to what you have currently, right? Or do you?
We have one currently that we share.
Okay, okay. And by having all these additional rooms, does that allow you to separate the different things that happen in these rooms so you don't have, like you currently have one room that might be used for 3 or 4 different types of examinations or services?
Yeah, so where he has the 1 and 2, right above that, there are 6 rooms for examination, eye examination room. So a lot of times we would, instead of moving the patient in and out, we have the patient stay there and we go back and forth to do the procedures. So that would be the idea, and also to separate patients so they're less, because we dilate them, put drops in their eyes and look inside their eye. And that takes time. So we will walk and assist the next patient and get back to them. So that would be that portion there where we need those examination rooms.
Okay. We can go to the next exhibit. Graham, this was the exhibit I sent you late in the day. I don't know how you marked it as.
Oh, 1 second. Was it 4? Oh, this is the one. Hang on 1 second. Let me just pull that one up.
Right. It's similar to the floor plan, but it had some shaded area on it.
Yes. Here it is. Okay, so this is 3A.
Okay, so.
Yeah, what
Frank,
that shows.
Explain what this is and what you're attempting to show from this exhibit.
So the dark gray at the bottom is where I am existing right now. And if you go, and then if to north of that is where the 321 is, it shows that my entire office is what we're allotting to the optical area there, our retail portion there. Because we're gaining so much space that we can expand our optical to manage actually what we're doing entirely here and do more services in the back, which is a closed off area.
Okay, so the lightly shaded area is what you're calling optical, and I would call retail. That's where you're going to have your products.
Right, those are the optical retail areas.
Okay, and I can't make it out on this, but there's a notation on the right side that shows the floor area is at 1688 square feet.
This says 1658 square feet, where I am currently 1,500 square feet at the top, the entire building.
Okay, and that's calculating the square footage that's going to be occupied by your optical area.
Right, that would be the retail optical portion there.
Okay, okay. Now, you also have had prepared renderings of what the interior space is going to look like, correct?
Yes, and just to make another note, the windows that the building has in front are the only windows that you can see through. That's where the optical portion is. Everything in the back is like in the hardware store, it's called closed off. So the main entrance where people come in and what they see from the outside when they're walking on Washington and Orange Road, those are the windows, that's what they see mainly up.
Okay. All right, Graham, can we go to exhibit A4?
So this is what they see.
All right, so this is, well, tell the board what, there's a series of photos like this, but just explain what these are.
This is when the person comes in to the left, those are the frame boards where they choose their frames. There are stations there that they can put things on and look at it and hold it, whatever they want to try on. And then that's the reception greeting area so they can pay. To the further back to that, that's where they get dispensing, they pick their orders up. And right behind that's where they make the glasses. We're looking at the left side of the building as you walk in. And they're showing the frame displays area.
All right. Graham, can you flip to the next slide from this exhibit?
Okay, now that's looking at Orange Road from let's say the back of the building. So we look again at that left-hand side. That's where the optical display is. We have some in the front. Up in the front to your left, that would be the nice children areas as well for their frames. And there's also some, as you see on the other side, as we turn on the right-hand side, there'll be frames and displays also for part of the retail optical section.
Okay. And next slide, Graham.
Okay, so this is the Washington Avenue side where the retail portion is. There's some further up displays that just shows the frame eyewear, and along that side of Washington Avenue too. So on either side of the building, there are frame displays showing what different types of eyewear that they can choose from.
And what we're looking at, we're facing the main door on Orange Road, correct?
That is correct.
And you've got windows on both sides of the doors, including 2 windows on the Washington Avenue side, correct?
That's correct.
Are those the only existing windows in that building?
That's the only existing windows that they had, and that's the only openings there. We are considered, yeah.
Okay. And I think there's one more rendering that's part of this exhibit. Graham, there you go.
Yeah, that's on Washington Avenue again, which shows you another area about where those display frames are.
Okay. So
there's a
I
full
guess
model
really,
to us too.
is it fair to say that where you have the wall sign with the names Dr. Barnes and Carter, that's going to be a receptionist area?
Yeah. That's the reception to greet the patient. That's where they would pay for items and pick up things and make appointments, etc.
And everything that we're looking at in front of the wall is your retail or optical space, right?
Yes.
And then is all the other, more office related uses behind that partition or the wall with the
Yes.
names on it. Okay.
That is correct.
So there's separation there, basically.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Graham, if you can just flip to the next exhibit, A5. I just want you to just flip through these quickly, Frank, and explain what these are. Are these also renderings of?
Yeah, these are the actual displays that we're pulling in to the office to highlight the different eyewear that we have, whether they're prescription or non-prescription, whether sunglasses or different sports glasses or specialty type of event that they're going to occur in. We have those. So that's what we're trying to show. These are the displays that we've chosen to be a part of what we're doing.
Okay. Find my notes here. Okay. So you're increasing your space, I guess, about threefold from what you currently have, right?
That is correct.
Okay. after the expansion is complete and you're operating in this location, hopefully with the board's approval, do you anticipate hiring additional staff or other personnel?
Not right away, but we are considering, as we are agents, that we will bring in associates and reduce our time and increase their time.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
As we go toward our exit plan, we'll be having other associates come in and work more as we work less.
Okay, so when you say associates, there'll be other doctors. Okay,
Yes.
and you'll be and that that's part of your exit strategy for you and your wife, as I think you said.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so there will be times where obviously there'll be 4 doctors working in the space, you and your wife, and then hopefully your successors. Is
Yes,
that right?
that is
Okay.
correct.
All right. What about additional employees? What do you anticipate you will need to staff the new offices?
We may need a couple of more just for efficiency to move them in and out quickly, but I wouldn't think any more than that.
So you really only 2 additional from what you currently have, which was, I think, 6.
Yes,
So you may go from 6 to 8 employees and from 2 to 4 doctors, professionals,
correct.
which would make would make for a total of around 12 people working in the expanded office.
Yes.
Okay. What about your hours of operation? I know you know, generally, your hours are pretty long currently, but what do you anticipate?
When I started out, I worked Monday through Saturday, but as we moved here and my kids have gone to Edgemont, Glenfield, and Montclair High School, I didn't want to miss that, so I stopped working Saturdays. And now that my kids have graduated from college, we probably will open up Saturdays more as we go on, but we haven't done that. So we're here Monday through Friday now, but to offer more services to our patients and patrons, that we would probably open up Saturdays. The other part is that Dr. Carter mainly wants to do vision therapy, and I'm no low vision. So we would have them do more of the primary eye care and stuff like that, and we would do specialty stuff. So the timing is different as well.
Okay. All right. We talked about parking before, and I want to just talk about parking going forward. Now, did we arrange for a parking layout plan to be prepared by Paul Sionis for this application?
Yes.
Okay, you've seen that plan, correct?
Yes.
Looking at it there. And this shows, I believe, a total of 24 delineated parking spaces in the rear of the building.
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And I think based upon your testimony before, I think you said, how many spaces do you have that are currently allocated or dedicated to your other tenants in the adjacent buildings?
Where it's numbered 1 through 10, that's what I have striped and numbered. Those are existing right now.
Okay. Okay. So those will remain, and the plan shows an additional 14 spaces, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And is your intention to improve the lot, to pave it and stripe it in accordance with the plan that we're looking at?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And by the way, I just point out there's in the center of the parking lot, there's an easement that's shown. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes,
And am I correct in that it's an easement that runs in favor of one of the other two buildings that you now own on
that's
Orange
correct.
Road? Okay, so
Exactly.
you have control over that easement. I mean, it can remain or it can be eliminated, but it doesn't have any impact on people utilizing that, that parking area in the rear.
Correct. Right.
And by the way, just to mention that some of those spaces that you're showing, particularly spaces 1 to 8, they're tandem spaces. And they're utilized by tenants in the other buildings, correct?
That is correct. And even 9 and 10, only one of those is used. That's used by the cleaners. So not all of those spaces are used. Let's say number 5 is not used, and number 9 is not used currently.
Okay, but you would anticipate continuing to dedicate those spaces, including the tandem spaces, to your tenants?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you anticipate that your employees will park now that you will have this additional parking that you don't currently have?
That's optional.
Okay.
So,
Okay, but would be available, and obviously, I assume you would let your patients know that there is parking available behind the building.
that is correct. Yes, we would.
Is there I'm just curious, because it's quite a long walk to go out of that parking lot and walk all the way up Washington Avenue to get to the front of the building. Will there be any rear access door provided?
Well, they do have, like he had a door, but the hardware store already has. There's 3 doors on that side, what they call, what that concrete loading zone is. It's like a porch. There's an entrance where it flattens out, which is close to my back of 319. There's 3 doors there. One of them there where the low vision, that's an entrance where they can go in. That's what we do. The one in the back is for staff. So we would have, they could come through there with the, let's say there's a, that's because that doesn't raise up. It's a flat land. So that's where we would say that's where they could come through. That would be where you'll see the door where the low vision one is on your right-hand side. And on the left-hand side is one for the staff. Yes.
Okay, so that would allow for easy access for staff members who could now be able to park in that rear parking area that currently park on the street and elsewhere.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. And are you satisfied, based upon your knowledge of the parking conditions in the area, the underutilization of the municipal lot, your own observations and the parking counts that you've done, that there's going to be sufficient parking for your expanded operation if you're permitted to move into this building?
Yes, I think more than sufficient.
Okay.
As we didn't have it before.
Right. So you're increasing your own staffing by, I think you said maybe 4 additional people, and you're adding 14 parking spaces that don't currently exist on the property.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for Dr. Barnes. Thank you.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
Retail.
Sorry, Mr. Fleischer, you were on mute if you could.
Not according to my, okay.
I just unmuted you for you.
Okay, the answer is I do have some questions. It seems to me the amount of space that is here, I mean, I see four positions in the business office and the reception office alone. That's without the doctors, that's without anybody working on making the glasses, making the lenses. The number of people seems, and that's without the other two doctors that might be sharing space as well. And let me begin by saying I don't have any problem from the standpoint of the neighborhood commercial zone, because I believe the optical shop meets all those requirements, and I'm not worried about the rest that are in a building that essentially has no windows and there's no retail reason to go there. So for the big issue of it being doctors' offices, I don't have a concern. I do have a concern with the count of people that I'm hearing as being absolutely inconsistent with the tripling of space in this facility. And it doesn't matter to me whether the tripling the space means presumably more people coming in, more people taking advantage of the facilities and buying their glasses here and coming for eye exams and everything else. So I think that a fair amount of parking, there will be a fair amount of increased parking. The hardware store, after all, essentially has a front of the store and all the rest of the aisles for other things. But this is a real office, and it's going to have considerably more people than what I'm hearing represented working here, and certainly considerable more customers than I'm hearing represented in what's been stated here. I can't imagine that you can have 6 exam rooms and all they're being used for is a waiting room while the same 4 people go around to all these places. It's hard for me to at least imagine. I think the back parking lot is a concern. So my first question is, I'm not comfortable hearing the count of bodies that are going to occupy this space, and there's no indication as to the amount of additional clients that will be coming into this space is not being represented by anything that's been presented. I understand that there are lots of spaces in that parking lot. The parking layout I see, I'm not comfortable with, but that's behind the building. I think it's way too overcrowded, and the angles and everything else would make moving around in that space difficult, particularly if any of the people have vision problems. So I have some real concerns about that. I think there are more spaces being shoved into that lot than legitimately ought to go into that lot. But I'm not concerned about the overall parking either. I am concerned about the population of the building, and I think there are going to be a lot more than going from 6 to 8 or 10 people when you triple the size of the facility. There's something wrong with that representation in my mind. That just doesn't seem right. And even if the whole front area is optical, which is the most spacious optical arrangement I've ever seen in my life in terms of an optometrist's office, I think when you look at the number of seat counts and the positions and the kinds of activities that are going on there, including the manufacturing, I have trouble with the number of people that are in there. There are lots and lots of very cellular spaces here, all of which could accommodate someone doing the exam and someone helping with the exam or whatever it is. So I think the representation on the population count is way off the mark. I'm not in the business, but the space indicates to me that there are going to be a lot more than 8 people working in this entire space, or 9 people or 10 people. It doesn't seem right, and there's certainly going to be a lot of visitors here because we've got a whole bunch of rooms where they can all be sitting and waiting. I got 6 exam rooms. I've got 4 pre-test rooms. I mean, there's a whole series of rooms and spaces that are going to be occupied. And I understand, I am assuming the doctor was smart enough to get a good deal on the real estate, but it's going to represent, if it meets its full potential, a lot more people than we're hearing about. So I'm not comfortable in reducing the parking requirement in total, because I think that's something we have an obligation to do. And I would add that the other parking lot in the back, even if you cut through the alleys and cross mid-block, is pretty far away from this space. And so it's just a question. It's just a question of how to properly calculate the likely potential of people working here, as well as the number of patients that are likely to be seen in any given day. I don't have a problem with the fact that, in my mind, unlike some of the other stuff we've seen, this represents a true retail face to the store in the one area that requires that retail space. So from my perspective, that's not the issue. But I am concerned that the number of people count is off. These are very small cellular spaces, as small, if not smaller, than in many doctors' offices that I've seen. And they would have a lot more people here than the parking count is representing. So I'm concerned about the number of people that will be occupying and using this building at any given time. And I don't think it's going to be 8 people or 6 people. I think there'll be a lot of people in this facility if this facility is utilized to its capacity or to its potential. And I'd like to hear from the doctor about that, because that's my only concern. And the answer may still be there's enough parking in the neighborhood and don't worry about it. That's fine, but I'm not hearing what I'm comfortable with in terms of the number of people that will be in this building at any given time. That's not a comfort level for me.
I could answer that.
Okay.
I'll be glad to answer that. That's fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so right now, doctor, we use each room, like 2 rooms each, but we have to run back and forth and share the patient, because we only have 3 rooms now. We have 3 rooms now, so we'll be doubling the examination rooms to 3. Right now, we run between patients in and out of a room because we need one to train how to do a contact lens. We have to do certain procedures. So you don't just use one room and see one patient and that stay in. We also have a certain amount of time that we allot for the patient, that we can only see a certain amount, and it's just the 2 of us. We're talking down the road a couple of maybe 5 years or 2 years, 3 years, so I can bring in some associates in, not right away, as we phase ourselves out. So even when we bring somebody in, we're going to be less there. The idea of also those pre-testing, those 6 other rooms that we were adding, is because, like I said, the instrument is hostage. So we want to do a test on each person. We take a lot of time with our patients. So the person is here a long time. We're not getting them, we're not the one stop, like shoot them in and out. So we do a personal care, and they'll go from instrument to instrument to instrument. We spend a lot of time with them. We have one in the room, go do another procedure, go into another room. So one person can use more than one room. And we don't need a lot of staff really, because that's what we've been doing for, all this time. We don't need a whole bunch. We just need the efficiency. So we have them, and like even now in the reception area, it may show like 2 tape chairs or 4 chairs. We've had that drawn before. They're never there. They just put chairs there to show chairs, but you don't have that many chairs there that can be sitting in there. In those examination room, I said, like, we'll do a procedure. The person has to sit. You have to do, either the doctor now is hostage because you have to be in that room with the patient, or the patient has to recover and you move on to the next patient so that you can efficiently get them in and out. So that's part of our goal, because we do spend a lot of time with our patients with educating them about their condition. We do samples and educating, and then we spend a lot of time with them, whether we do referrals or do a procedure or finish the eye examination, makes it well. A low vision person, they're visually impaired, those people, there is handicap parking. There's 2 parking spaces in the front and in the parking lot. There's a 1 handicap parking space, 2 there in front of my office and 1 across the street. So they can park there and walk through the front door. We do spend, as they come in, we are spending a little bit more extra time with a low vision patient and also with our vision therapy patients. So we spend a lot of time with them, but we have to, we're reducing space, so if we don't want to just kick them out. So each doctor uses multiple rooms at a given time. And we're not trying to get them in and out fast. We're not trying to move a lot of patients. It's a different philosophy. We do have the large optical, as you noted, because there's a lot of stuff that we'd like to do and display and sell. But if you look at Eye Candy on South Park Street, that has a large optical there. It's the same thing. They expanded to there, a lot of them, because they have the room. And so you can have more product for people to choose from because the people are variable. We have patients that walk out because we don't have everything that to show everybody that they can choose from. So we'd like to keep more people here and solve the issues of what they like to get. So we do, just with the two of us now, our 3 rooms is not enough because Dr. Carly used 2 rooms and I have to wait for my patients. So we're shuffling in and out, patients in and out. And like I said, with COVID, it learned us going forward, we need more space for patients to house and to do testing and for them to sit. So that's why that room is actually exceptional for us, because even now we used to have 10 chairs in our reception area. We have 3. Just for so we see going forward that same idea of separation, individual testing, and keeping our policy of protocol of providing care with them for a decent amount of time.
Let me just try to follow up, because then I'm not understanding something. For example, vision therapy shows 6 positions.
Yeah,
so if even if you want to let someone sit there after they've gone through it, and I don't understand your business, but you have 6 positions there, you have 6 exam rooms, you have the 3 pre-test rooms. That's just spot, and that's without the vision fields photo or all those other things. Unless these people are sitting in the rooms all by themselves most of the time, I'm still not understanding the count, because the space far exceeds what you're describing, or even the methodology that you're working in now. I understand. But 10 years from now, when you're gone, I don't understand why they couldn't put 6 optometrists or 8 optometrists in here at the same time, running a shop of this size, and still take care of the patients. That's what I'm saying. I understand that you're going from a small operation and you want to just have more breathing room. But we have to view this long term. And long term doesn't say to me that not everybody's going to operate the same way. So when you retire, your wife retires, this now belongs to someone else, they could probably put six optometrists in here and triple the utilization in the same space. You're spreading the space out, but just in terms of actual work positions, you've got, as I said, 6 individual vision therapy. You've got 15 stations that could be working simultaneously.
Let me explain.
And that's what I'm not understanding.
Okay, let me explain it, because you have to actually see it. So at that vision therapy, what you see, there's something that each station is different. So let me let Dr. Carter explain about the vision therapy, so you see why there's 6 chairs there, because there's not 6 people there. There's 6 stations of different things that they use. Hold on. Go ahead.
She needs to be sworn in.
Okay, I can explain it. So there's a place where you look in a tranoglyph, and each thing has a different there's an instrument there that one person moves from station to station, because there's something that they have to use. There's one patient in that room at a time, as they have to work at a different station. One is for accommodation, one is for eye turn. It's like a physical therapy. So it's a physical therapy, occupational therapy, that they move around. They're not sitting in there all the time. It's actually, they're moving around. They're moving around from different stations to do, like if you're at a gym, exercise place, you get on the treadmill, you get on the weight thing. You get on this, so they move around from different stations to work on a specific portion of the eye, what you're trying to train. So it's not like there's a lot of people in there. And that philosophy has been there from my school in 1971. So, and that's how the vision therapy is set up. So that's how the protocol is met. It's not a crowd thing. You have to move from station to station in order to do the therapy. Just like at a gym, you move from the treadmill, from the weight room to the bike to the Cincinnati. You don't do that one person moves around in there, and it has to be trained with a therapist. And that's what goes on.
Well, I'm actually referring to the therapist. What I'm going to drop the line of pursuit. It seems to me that this space could be occupied by considerably more people than has been represented, whether it's under your management or someone else's management. I don't know how you do vision therapy now, but you certainly don't have rooms that size for vision therapy now. So obviously,
we have a room like that now.
you have the same size room there.
Right. That room is based on what we're using now.
Okay.
We have our basement.
I'm gonna drop the line. I leave it to others to ask questions if they have them.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about this in an NC zone. I am concerned about the representation on parking and workers, and I'll leave it at that. I'm done.
Mr. Harrison, you're on mute.
Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
Not at the moment. I'm currently listening to everything.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Sorry, Mr. Church, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. McCullough, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
And you know what? I do have a question.
Okay.
On
Zero.
street parking?
Zero. Currently, we only, from 1991 until now, we only offer on-street parking, and if they go to the parking lot across the street.
Okay.
Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Gilmore, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Have you incurred with the current site that you're at, with the existing space, have you incurred like a hardship with the current size that you have?
Yes. Like I was saying, our materials are in our business office. We like I said, our instruments in the pre-testing area, we have 5 instruments in one room. So it's held hostage that we can't put another person in there, or another person is in there. So we can't do the testing. They have to wait, so we can't get them in and out enough because somebody else is occupying the room. So the person has to wait, has to come back, and if they have a condition, we want to have that done quickly. So right now, that does harm us.
And you're saying, did you mention that there's another optometry place that's a little bit larger in Montclair?
The optical portion, there's one that's similar on South Park. It's called Eye Candy. That one is about the size of what we're trying to do in our optical, our retail portions. The other ones are smaller. All the other ones are all smaller. All the opticals.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to understand the parking a little better. I assume the easement's a permanent easement that provides access to lot 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that the 10 spaces, the spaces 1 through 10 that are marked, are reserved for the use of lot 2. Is there a formal arrangement, or is that just your arrangement with the current tenant of that space?
That when I purchased it, that was the arrangement with the previous landlord, and so which was my landlord back in 1991. And so that's how the parking was set up back then. I just lined and striped it and paved it to make sure it was well.
Okay.
Not all those spaces are used also.
I'm just, okay. And then, you know, there are some practical issues with using the spaces, you know, like 20 and 19, it would be hard for a car to be in both of those spaces and be able to back up and get out of the lot. And would you require your employees to use the lot in the rear of the building if they're driving?
We could, you know, if that's what's desired, yes, we could do that. If not required, we don't have to do it. But we can require them. They probably would love to because it's a shorter walk for them to get to work, especially when it's a winter or rain.
It's just, you know, I think, I mean, do you know how wide the driveway is going back between your lot line and the building?
You said the lot line?
How wide the driveway is?
Well, I'm not sure, but there is a measurement there. But remember, that was an existing, it shows it there that the trucks delivering to the hardware store were able to go back and forth there, delivering to the stuff to the hardware store. So they had large trucks that were going back and forth. Those two corner parts and that you said, that's probably a parking space that we could use, as we are the first and last people to go from the area. As a doctor.
Mr. Chair, if I could just help answer that question, because we did submit a previously approved subdivision plan with the application, which I'm looking at now. And that driveway is just shy of 9 feet coming off of Washington Avenue, and it expands a little bit to about 9.5 feet before you get to the easement.
But you can only have one car in it at a time. I mean, you can't have two-way traffic on that driveway.
That is correct. That is correct. No two-way traffic.
That was, okay. Any other questions from board members?
How many patients do you expect to have in the at your site at one time?
Well, we see them, let's say, every half hour to an hour. So we see a patient like that. So you said
But all at one time, possibly? All at one time, given the current regulations?
We'll see 4. Well, there'll be somebody coming every between like a half an hour to 45 minutes to an hour. There's somebody coming in, and then 2 coming in at least with the 2 doctors. So every 45 to 45 minutes, and we're here from like 10 to 5, 9 to 5, and 2 days from 9 to 7.
So Dr. Barnes, when you described the work that you do, I think you mentioned some dimension of the work that was fairly unique, meaning that there aren't a lot of other offices that provide the same services.
That is correct. I'm the only one in the area that's a low vision specialist. That's I did an externship with the Lighthouse, worked for Helen Keller Services for the Blind. I directed the Joe found a low vision clinic for St. Barnabas with the Commission for the Blind with the Visually Impaired. So the state sends all the visually impaired people to me that have suffered, that after surgery, there's nothing else that can help them. So I do specialty glasses, telescopic aids for them. There's very few of us, and I'm the only one in the area. And I'm the only one actually was building a display for them. The only one that was South Jersey closed down. So I have the low vision suppliers are willing to bring all the special devices to me. I have technology stuff and the simple stuff. I have an OrCam, which attaches to the glasses that they swipe and it reads for them. I'm the only person in the area that has that, as the distributor for that. So Freedom Vision, a lot of Optelec, all those I do as my specialty. Also, the other thing that's only around in this area, by vision therapy, eye coordination, which is done by Dr. Carter. We're the only one in Montclair that's doing it. There's some outside of it, but Berry Blue are doing vision therapy as well.
So how wide of a geographical area would you say your clients come from?
I have some that come from New Brunswick. I have some that come from Princeton. I have some come from New York. I have some come from Mawa. I have come from Morristown. I have some throughout. A lot of different places. They travel pretty far.
And so do you anticipate that with this moving into this new space that your business will expand?
I'm hoping so, that we'll be able to now see the patients and I can supply them with more. I've been holding back because I don't have the space for the optical displays. As we start to use that further versus have patients in. So I would like to have more help my specialty to do more, as I'm no longer going into St. Barnabas to do the visual impaired. I like to do it more here. So the Commission of the Blind, the state does send them here, but I like to see them more and reduce my other work and go into my specialty.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, just what is your plans for 319 once you move into this space?
We're going to rent it and hopefully to something that's nice for the community. So whatever option comes up, we'll review it and what we believe is good for the community. If you come down here on the south end, you'll see that this side of the street is well kept. And my idea is to make sure that we have businesses that are going to survive and that are going to do well for the community. As I live in the community and work in the community, I want it to stay well.
And are you planning to fully improve the parking lot?
Yes. I plan to fully improve the parking lot.
Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, are there any members of the public who, this is just an opportunity to ask questions for this witness?
Okay, all members of the public currently participating, I'll be unmuting all the lines. And if you have any questions of this witness, please state your name. We'll bring you into the meeting to ask that question. So all public participants, your lines are now unmuted. If you have a question, please speak up. We'll bring you into the meeting.
Hello?
You have a question for the?
Yes.
Okay, is this Marva Fuller?
This is Marva Fuller, yes.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me mute the other lines. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Fuller.
Yes, my name is Marva Fuller. I'm here with my husband, Ronald Fuller. I'm very happy to see that Dr. Barnes has bought the property. We live right adjacent to the property. My address is 451 Washington Avenue, right next door to where Dr. Barnes is proposing his new venture. And I'm very happy to see that. My concern that I would like to...
Okay, let me just stop. Excuse me. Let me just stop. This is Michael Sullivan, the board attorney. This is an opportunity to ask questions only of the witness that just testified. At the conclusion of the case, there'll be an opportunity to express your views in favor of or in opposition to the application. So
I
do you
don't
have a
have
question?
I don't have a question. I have a concern.
Okay, well, that's not the chance now to do that. You'll get a later opportunity to do that.
It's 12 o'clock. We have been on here waiting for this opportunity to voice the concern. I want to go to bed. I just have one short concern that I have to address with Dr. Barnes. Could I address that?
Yes.
Please, thank you. The parking lot is right adjacent to my bedroom. And when I spoke to Dr. Barnes before he bought the property, he said that he would fix parking lot so that the water does not affect my property. When we bought the property 3 years ago, I came to the office on Claremont Avenue, and they said it's grandfathered, but the next tenant will have to fix the parking lot in such a way where the water is not impacting on my property. And I would like that to be noted so that it could be repaired in such a way where the water is directed towards the the creek rather than towards my property.
Should I answer that?
Yes.
Okay, so hi, Ms. Fuller. Good. I'm glad we talked about that before. She didn't get anywhere with the previous landlord, so we were aware, and she was out there when I had somebody come out there and look at the parking lot. There was a drain right in between the property that where the water is supposed to drain to. That drain was kind of clogged up, and that needs to be fixed. It's right near her property, and the end with the driveway as you come in. So our idea was to, of course, expand that and have piping so that the water goes in there, not go to that house where she's at the house where the previous landlord lived as well. So that was it. We don't want the water to drain toward her, and we don't want the water to drain anywhere else because we would have to drive through it. So that is in the plan too, as we have the parking lot situation under control. But there is a drain there currently. It's just not utilized properly, and it was covered up as the previous person put trees there. And there's other stairs that block the drain. It has to be cleaned out. So we just would tie it into the existing drain that's already there. And we will take care of that, Ms. Fuller.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak. Now I can go to bed. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fuller. You have a good night. My pleasure.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, bye-bye.
Are there any other members of the public who have questions for this witness?
Okay, all members of the public are now unmuted. If you have a question for this witness, please speak up and we'll bring you into the meeting. Karen, I'm not hearing any questions. Okay.
Now, I want to call your next witness.
Yes, George Williams.
Mr. Williams, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I most certainly do.
State your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Weedle Williams, Williams spelled with an S, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S, representing the Nishwain Group, headquartered at 105 Grove Street, suite number 3.
Okay. Mr. Williams, you're a professional planner, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and I know you've testified this board previously.
We'll accept him as an expert planner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The board, that must make him qualified, if nothing else.
Okay, just briefly discuss your familiarity with this property, and you have a sort of a unique familiarity with it. And you know, the other materials you've reviewed in preparation for your testimony this evening.
Certainly, and I will try to be brief given the lateness of the hour, but it's not my strength, but I will try. I just want to begin by saying it's a point of professional pride because I am a child of the south end of Montclair, grew up on Nishwain Road, went to Nishwain School, played in Nishwain Park, and spent a lot of time in the south end business district. And Dr. Barnes may not know this, but I've been a patient of Dr. Barnes as well. So point of professional pride. In terms of the materials we reviewed, of course, I began, as always, with a review of the site plan application that's before you, and then a review of the local land use documents, including the land development code or zoning ordinance and your master plan. All of that in the context of the municipal land use law. We were on site several times taking pictures of the site and surrounding area. Some of those pictures will be used in the exhibit that's on your screen now, and I'll talk to that in a moment. Additionally, we did look at the case law and planning literature in support of the applications before you. And of course, I read your board planner, Mr. Petto's review memo dated January of this year.
Okay, so would you discuss the application and the relief the applicant's seeking?
Yes. Again, here's where I'm going to try and be a bit briefer than anticipated, because I think Dr. Barnes eloquently captured the intent and purpose of this application and spoke about the operation of the business. So just for the record, again, this is property commonly known as 321 Orange Road, identified in your municipal tax records as block number 4001, lot number 1. The intent of the application is to allow Dr. Barnes and Dr. Carter to relocate their existing business, a business parenthetically that's been there for almost 3 decades, from one building to the building next door, which is now the vacant hardware store. And that would allow them to expand their operations and services, as described again eloquently by Dr. Barnes. There are two variances that we're seeking this evening. They were captured in the chairman's introductory comments about this application and in your board planners report. The first is a use variance. It is from section 347-90E of the code, which requires a D1 use variance because the code, the way it's written, suggests that while the proposed use, and I'll talk about the hybrid nature of that use in a minute, could be contemplated as a medical office, those are not permitted on the ground level. So we need a use variance. You'll hear me discuss this in a bit, and I think Dr. Barnes established a predicate for my testimony when he spoke about this as being optical retail. That's a term that's used in the industry regularly, and I'll get back to that in a moment. But suffice it to say, I would submit to this board, it's a hybrid. It's retail with a medical office component. The other variance, as discussed earlier, is the parking variance from section 347-101. And I'll have to talk about that at length, but the way the parking code is established, there are standards for this use as a medical office building or as retail. Again, this is but with the proofs in either context that the board would contemplate the parking requirements. I have an exhibit. I'll go through that quickly just to give some context for my testimony. Again, this is a rather unique business district or a neighborhood commercial district in Montclair. I was pleased to hear Commissioner Fleischer say that he was not discomforted with the idea of this hybrid optical retail use. But just so all the board members are have some context, I'll go through this exhibit relatively quickly. And I believe, Mr. Petto, it's A7.
Yes, this is A7.
A7 is a compilation of images. Most of them are images that were taken by I and my staff during our site visits. Others are taken either from the internet, like Google Earth, or the land use documents. So Mr. Petto, slide number 2, please. So slide number 2 is just an aerial photograph of the site identified in the bold yellow border, just to give you some context for its orientation in the neighborhood commercial district. First thing you notice, of course, is that it is an irregularly shaped lot and large. It's got frontage on both Orange Road and Washington Avenue. Next slide, please. Slide number 3, a different perspective from an aerial view, just showing via the zoning district boundaries that we are clearly in a neighborhood commercial zone district, and this time the property is identified by the bold black borders. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mr. Petto. Slide number 4, photo number 1 is a map of the retail uses in the South End Business District. And this is important just to give the commissioners a realistic sense of what this business district in Montclair looks like in reality in terms of what the actual land uses are. And the next couple of slides are going to follow the same format. It's going to be aerial photograph with letters that will correspond to the photos in the next page. This one was selected just to show where the retail spaces are currently. Those are the permitted retail spaces in this district. I'll just be quick to say that letter C is a double dipper, and I'll explain that in a minute. Next slide, please. So again, the letters correspond to the key map. Picture A is a depiction, aerial depiction of 312 Orange Road, which is the pop-up shop. A clever idea of addressing one of the challenges in the South End Business District, which is vacancies. And so the pop-up shop is easily identified by the bright orange canopy. Picture B is a view of the permitted retail use at 310 Orange Road, a relatively new deli that seems to be doing well. It's a and convenience store at the corner. Picture C is a view of the permitted retail use at 321. And again, it's a double dipper. You'll see me refer to this as the hardware being retail, and in a later slide as a vacancy. But that's the side elevation of the hardware. Someone mentioned earlier that there's no fenestration on that edifice, and you can see clearly there's only one small portal, which makes it a bit of a challenge for a retail use. That's a lengthy side elevation. Next slide, please. Slide number 6, again, the letters will correspond to the pictures that will come up next, just to give this board a sense of or reminder of the actual land uses in this neighborhood district. Many of them are professional offices, which are on the ground level, even though that's not permitted in this district. And you'll see them in the next slide again, please. Thank you, Mr. Petto. By the way, I think this virtual hearing format with Mr. Petto doing the slides with the marker is actually better than the in-person format. But so thank you, Mr. Petto. Picture A is the aerial perspective of the bank, another non-permitted use in this district corner directly across the street on Washington Avenue from our site. Picture B is 309-313 Orange Road. That's the Farmers Insurance, Dentist, Foot Care Center. Again, all uses that, according to the code, the strict application of the code, would not be permitted on the ground level, but they have been staples in this area for quite some time. Photo C is a view of 314-316 Orange Road, and that's the Davis Integrated Medicare Center directly across the street from the subject site. And again, as a child from this neighborhood and following both Dr. Davis and Dr. Barnes and Carter, that site was originally on our side of Orange Road and was granted a variance to move across the street, albeit on the ground level. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that application a bit later. Slide number 8, please. Slide number 8 just shows some of the vacancies, and this is a bit distressing, but there are a number of vacancies, and I mentioned the double dipper. Picture B is of the hardware, and then a previous slide I referred to as retail. Now I'm referring to it as vacant. Next slide, please. There was a caption in the prior slide that talked about the master plans, recommendations, suggestions about vacancies, particularly in the South End Business District, and I'll come back to that during my recitation of the proofs. Picture A is on Orange Road West, so those are the businesses that are behind those that front on Orange Road proper, and clearly they are vacant now. Formerly the ice cream store, if I remember, Woods, and then the martial arts business. Their frontage looks directly out on the municipal parking lot, which Dr. Barnes captured images of. Picture B against the hardware, a very substantial vacancy in the South End Business District, which is particularly poignant because of its size and location. Some may think, I would recommend you think of the impact the Haynes vacancy had on the Church Street and South Park Business District. This would be similar, different scale, but clearly having this remain vacant is not good for the vitality of the South End Business District. Finally, picture C and D below are additional vacancies on Orange Road diagonally across the street from our site. I think there's one more. Okay, thank you, Mr. Petto. This is just a frontal view of the existing operation for Dr. Barnes and Carter. You can see it, I think it was shown in Mr. Petto's report as well, and the proposed location at 321 Orange Road for the former hardware and hopefully the new Dr. Barnes and Carter Center. So hopefully I gave you a sense of the character, the unique character of this particular business district, commercial business district in Montclair. With that, I think I can go to the proofs. So Mr. Tremulak, before I get to the proofs, there was one bit of preface. Again, reinforcing this is a unique neighborhood commercial business district, given the real land uses in the area. Normally, I reserve references to the master plan to the negative criteria. I'm just going to share a few references now because I think they will give context for the remainder of the testimony. The master plan suggests that the zoning ordinance be revised to reflect more appropriate mix of uses and scale of buildings in all commercial zones, recognizing the distinctive character of each area. And again, this particular neighborhood commercial district is distinctive, both in terms of how it serves its community and the mix of uses that are actually there. Similarly, the master plan suggests enhancing the economic vitality of the South End business district by doing a number of things, most importantly, facilitating facade and other beautification initiatives. If you approve our application, that's one objective that would be advanced. And more importantly, or equally important, reducing business vacancies and turnover. And you heard Dr. Barnes suggest that he has been in this very neighborhood business district for close to 30 years. And if you were to approve this application, he's going to double down on the investment by Dr. Barnes and Carter in this business district and remove a vacant property. I'm going to go right to the proofs now because I know the hour is late. But before I do that, again, in terms of impact on the neighborhood, I would suggest to this board that if you were to approve our application, it would be a net positive. In my analysis, I could find no detriments or impairments to the zone plan. Again, you're removing a vacancy, you're improving a parking lot, and you're adding parking supply to this particular site. For the granting of a D1 variance, the applicant, as this board knows, has to meet several proofs. The first are the affirmative criteria and then the negative criteria. The special reasons for the affirmative criteria are, as you know, that the use is inherently beneficial, that the purposes of zoning would be advanced if you were to approve our application, that the use is particularly suitable to the site, and last but not least, if you denied our application, it would constitute an undue hardship on the applicant / developer. That gets balanced, as you know, with the negative criteria, which is a two-prong test. First prong, if you were to approve our use variance, there would be no substantial detriment to the public good. And that word substantial comes directly from the municipal land use law. Second prong is no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. And that's why I shared a few references to the master plan early on. Before I go on to those special reasons, just would comment, while I understand that every application is judged on its own merit, one of the reasons I pointed out the Dr. Davis Wellness Center is it was a similar use, perhaps with less retail, that was approved not too long ago, I believe 2015, again, for ground floor use. And what you're going to hear from me now in terms of our proofs will basically mirror the same proofs that were used for the Wellness Center across the street. So beginning with the special reasons, advancement of the purposes of zoning, I would submit to this board that several purposes of zoning would be advanced if you were to approve our application. The first, and it's a bit of a catch-all, it's the first purpose, it's section A of 40:55D-2, and that is to, quote, encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Again, it's a bit of a catch-all, but I submit to the board, it's particularly appropriate for this application. Certainly the removal of a vacancy, given the land development pattern in this district and what the master plan has suggested, and just in terms of good planning principles, is for the good, the general health, safety, and welfare of any community. You heard the applicant's testimony about the intent and purpose of the Dr. Barnes and Carter services that definitely go to the health and safety of public vis-a-vis their medical services. Subsection G, to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses. and open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. And I'm glad that in Dr. Barnes's response to some of the questions, he spoke directly to how their service meets the needs not only of the Montclair citizens, but surrounding citizens in a very meaningful way, particularly when Dr. Barnes responded about the uniqueness of the Dr. Barnes and Carter services in terms of low vision services and some of the ocular training that they discussed. Finally, subsection A, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design. The improvement to the storefront windows, the improvement to the parking lot, restriping, paving, and draining that parking lot, all would advance subsection I if you were to grant our variance. And of course, I go back to the exhibits that were shown by Mr. Petto during Dr. Barnes' testimony about the display and the focus on the storefront enhancement to really add to the vibrancy of this South End business district by inviting patrons to come into the store and use that retail or optical retail space. Getting close to the end now, particular suitability. The other special, my professional opinion, the proposed use is particularly suitable to this area, given a couple of things. Certainly the way the building is designed with no windows on the Washington Avenue facade, allowing for retail use on the front end, fronting on Orange Road, but a non-retail use in the back seems almost tailor-made for the hybrid optical retail use that we're proposing today, where the retail use is on the front end and has plenty of storefront windows as shown in an earlier exhibit. And then the examination rooms and the training centers would be in the rear where there are no windows and they really aren't needed. The empirical experience that Dr. Barnes and Carter have, having served in this area, suggests that this use is particularly suitable for this site as it was for the site next door. Also, the uniqueness of the retail services and other services that were described by Dr. Barnes for low vision, et cetera, very unique services that can only contribute to this district. So that takes us to the negative criteria. In my opinion, there are no substantial detriments to the public good. In fact, I contend that if you were to approve this use, to Commissioner Fleischer's point, you would only benefits and no detriments. The benefits are clearly the removal of the vacancy, the investment in the South End district as contemplated by the master plan, and the increase in foot traffic that would be hopefully generated by a dynamic storefront. Certainly no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. As we analyzed the master plan and zoning ordinance, I found in point of fact, if you were to approve our application, you would advance several goals and objectives, some of which I already mentioned. Others would include to generate and nurture dynamics that support economic vitality. You would certainly achieve that if you were to approve this application in the very unique South End Business District. The other is to strengthen neighborhood commercial centers as economic subcenters of the township by focusing on the unique market niches inherent in each district. And that's why I went through the exhibit showing the real land use pattern in this area, and then supplemented that with Dr. Barnes' testimony about how unique this particular use is, as opposed to what you see on the highways, other optical retailers like lens crafters, et cetera. So it's a very unique use. And if you were to approve our application, you would advance that particular goal of the master plan.
Okay, George, can you go on and talk about the parking variance now?
I'm right there with you, Counselor. Parking variance would, in my opinion, be contemplated either under the C1 context or the C2. As this board knows, the C1 context is the traditional hardship context, and that says if the property is unique in shape, topography, or size, that's a hardship. Or C1C structures lawfully thereon. And I think I submit to the board that the C1 also would work in this application, given the site configuration with a very large building and a relatively small parking area. We have a finite space. I think Mr. Sionis did a great job of maximizing that space to increase the number of parking stalls supplied by 14, but meeting the exact requirement of the code would be impractical in that C1 context. The C2, however, allows the board to also consider the benefits versus the detriments, and if on the whole, what we are proposing is a better zoning alternative, and I submit to the board that too would be appropriate for the parking variance. Under the municipal land use law, if we go through the C2, it has to be grounded in the purposes of zoning. In my opinion, it would advance subsection M and I. Subsection M is to encourage coordination of the various public and private procedures and activities shaping land development with a view to lessening the cost of such development and to the more efficient use of land. Now, I've already said that the Sionis diagram is a very efficient use of the parking lot, but the leveraging here is to allow for what Dr. Barnes contends is more than enough parking. But if there were a need for additional parking, we not only have on-street parking, but we would leverage the municipal asset, which is the parking lot on Orange Road West. Subsection I goes back to the same subsection we spoke about under the use variance, and that is the good civic design proposed by Mr. Sionis and the visual environment, because the parking lot would be improved substantially. Again, in my opinion, there would be no substantial detriment to the public good if you granted the relief. The parking calculations are based on the square footage of the space and less the number of employees. That's both for the medical office use and or the retail use. The use has existed for decades and been able to survive with no parking space. We're actually going to add parking space. So for those reasons, from a planning perspective, I think the board could comfortably grant the relief under the C1 or C2, knowing that there would be certainly no substantial detriment to the public good, and certainly no impairment at all. And given the references I just gave you to the master plan objectives and goals. I apologize for rushing through. That would conclude my direct testimony, but I can certainly answer questions.
Let me just, real quick follow-up, George. What's the current parking requirement? What was the parking requirement for the former hardware store based on square footage?
So for retail space, it's excuse me, it's one space for every 250 square feet, and we have 6,119 square feet in total.
I hate to correct you, but I think it's 1 per 200 for retail.
Okay, I stand corrected. Yes.
Which would be 30, correct me if I'm wrong, that would mean that the hardware store or any retail operation would have a requirement for 31 spaces.
That's correct.
And the hardware store at most had a handful of spaces in the rear of the building. So
that also is correct.
Substantial parking deficiency for the prior use, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that the conditions behind Orange Road on this side is similar on the other side of the street, that there's very little, if any, on-site parking for any of the properties in this area?
With the exception of the bank, I would submit to the board that this property is one of the few, if only, sites that has on-site parking.
Okay. So all of the uses, other uses, except for the bank, really are dependent upon on-street parking and the municipal parking lot.
That is correct. And as you mentioned in the 1990 subdivision resolution, the planning board in that jurisdiction understood that the site would not have adequate parking and granted the variance.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Harrison, you're on mute.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
I have only one really. I mean, my concern is actually the opposite on the parking. And I like Mr. Williams' thoughts on it. I think given the shape of the parking lot, the adjacency to the residential zone, that in fact, there should be less cars in the parking lot than the 24 spaces. I think the layout that's there it creates a number of awkward conditions aside from the tandem spaces there. It provides no screening from the adjacent residential area. I'd like to actually see, and Mr. Harrison mentioned a couple of those spaces are really going to be really difficult to make happen. I'd much rather see less cars there, recognizing the uniqueness of this, just like many of the other downtowns, so that it becomes a decent parking area, properly screened from the residential area, even if it takes 4 or 5 or 6 spaces out, because there is sufficient parking in the area. You know, even if this someday becomes a lens craft, and I hate to say that to the doctor because he envisions this as the business that he's created and wants to maintain the sense of it and the essence of it and the fact that it's been a part of this neighborhood for a long time. But I think I want to make it so that less cars actually sit back there, even if that means a greater variance for the car numbers, because I think the layout there is awkward and difficult. It's got a very narrow entry drive, which clearly, if a truck was making it back there, required the truck to go onto what was technically the adjacent residential property for its wheels to fit. So I would think that the lot should not be containing 24 spaces. I'm not sure how to set it up, but I'd rather see a lot with a bit more space and a bit more breathing room and some shielding from the residential area than trying to maximize it the way Mr. Sionis has done in this, what I would call a preliminary layout. Would you agree that the awkwardness and the shaping and everything else would probably be better served with fewer vehicles back there, recognizing that cars will end up in both the municipal lot and the adjacent streets to the degree that there's street parking?
Certainly. I can't speak for Dr. Barnes, although he and I have chatted about this, but from a planning perspective, I would agree with you. And you've heard Dr. Barnes say that actually if you calculate the parking requirement based on square footage for the retail, square footage for the medical use separately, we actually have more than enough parking on site. And as he said in his testimony from his existing experience, the 24 exceeds what is the real demand for this youth. So I agree, if we were able to eliminate a couple of spaces, I think the proofs for the variance would still be the same, and it would enhance maneuverability on the site.
That was my only question. I as I said earlier, I do think the issue of the retail and the NC zone is served probably by the optical shop in the front, just as this board is the board that approved the property across the street for the medicine facility. So that's my only comment and question.
I think I could speak on behalf of Mr. Barnes, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Fleischer, I don't think we have any problem making those changes, reducing the parking spaces, trying to buffer anything from the neighbors. We did try to show the maximum that we could get, but you know, it's clear that we don't need all those spaces, and there's enough space, parking in the area to, you know, for this use. So I think we'd be happy to revise that plan. as you
If I could
suggest.
just further Mr. Fleischer's comments regarding spacing for the parking lot. The plan as presented does not comply with the required setback for off-street parking spaces of 4 feet. It's depicted that the parking spaces abut the property line. So, in the event that the parking lot is redesigned to scale down and reduce the number of spaces, some additional relief should be, implemented to comply with those setback requirements.
Yeah, again, we'll give some more thought to this, but I think just looking at it now, I think maybe the best thing to do is to just eliminate the spaces that butt up to the neighboring property. I guess it's the 5 spaces to the east there.
I just think someone ought to look at it and come up with a rational plan that provides for the buffering as well as making it more easy to maneuver. That's my opinion. I mean, other members of the board may say, no, we want to maximize the parking, but I think that would be a mistake on this odd-shaped property.
If I could comment, the drive where the parking start in the back, when you first go in the driveway, the only residential place is Miss Fuller to your right-hand side. That space there. When you get to the first number, that's actually, there's a wall there, and there's trees there, and it drops, and that leads back to a parking, her garage. So that's where they're housing in. So there's nothing, but where those parking, there's already a wall there with trees that abut that. And then on the other side, there's trees all the way around that go around the site. And there's fences at the back of it. So where you see number, I guess that's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, those are all trees there that line that wall. So there's no house there. It's only at that driveway at the end of the, at lot 33, that's where she is there, but she's not belonging behind that.
I understand that. I still think that the shape of this property, the tandem spaces, the whole combination of parking, it places too many cars on this odd shape.
Yeah,
and I would prefer to see a lesser number of vehicles on the site.
Okay, we can definitely change that. It's already, the ones with the tandem ones have been existing there for 30 years, because that's how I used to park as a tenant. The other ones that are new in the block 401, those are all new, because that's a part of what the 321 was. But the lot 2 one with the tandem, those have been there, as I say, for more than 30 or 40 years, because that's how Dr. Davis used to park, and when I first parked moving there. So those have been fine, but I understand where the new stuff that you're saying, and that adjustment can be made. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
And just to clarify for the board, the spaces that are depicted on lot 2 are really just existing condition, as Mr. Barnes indicated. Lot 2 is not subject to this application, was not included in the notice. So, that's just really depicting the relationship to what's existing on that site with respect to this, the site that's subject to this application this evening.
Thank you for clarifying that, but I do think we would need a variance, though.
Yes, variance relief.
Number, you'd need a variance for the failure, for the location of the parking relative to the property line, which has not been noticed in a sense. But again, I just think it would be better with less parking spaces in there. That's a tough lot right now, especially combined. It's a tough lot.
Understood.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
None at the moment.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Church.
No question.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Simon?
No questions.
Ms. Harris?
No questions.
Ms. Gilmer?
No.
Okay, and I just have one on the parking. If you calculated the parking took out the retail portion of the building and calculated that as retail, that would reduce the parking demand somewhat. They still need a variance, but there would be less of a variance if we looked at the retail as retail and just did it that way. Is that correct?
That's my opinion, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I think the count would then come down somewhere in the vicinity of 19 spaces.
Not sure that's correct.
I think it's about 37 spaces.
Yeah, it's at 38, it's 37 or 38.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did the hybrid calculation, doing the retail and the office separately.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who have either questions or testimony, comments, anything you want to say about the application? This is your chance to say whatever you have to say about the application or ask any questions you have about the application.
All members of the public, your lines are currently unmuted. Just state your name if you'd like to make a comment.
Yes, good evening. I'm Dr. Renee Baskerville. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Yes, we can. Dr. Baskerville, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, sir, I do.
State your address, please.
371 Orange Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Chairman Harrison and the entire zoning board. Thank you for this opportunity. I have waited until after the midnight hour because it is extremely important to me as someone that lives within walking distance and is extremely familiar with the South End Business District and the surrounding neighborhoods to come before you this evening to speak highly in favor of this amazing opportunity that is being presented this evening. I'd like to first celebrate Dr. Barnes and Carter for their years of impeccable service, providing outstanding care in the South End Business District, providing services that many people that have the same degrees that they have don't have, and choosing specifically to remain in the South End Business District. That's important for several reasons, not only because they're invested and they live walking distance as I do to the South End District, but because we know that systemic racism is alive and well, and far too many people have walked away from the South End Business District after they came to look at a store and they saw many Black and brown faces and they chose to go anywhere else in Montclair but the South End Business District. Bloomfield Avenue, Watchung Plaza, Upper Montclair, and hence for the last 20 years that I'm aware of, probably longer than that, but I'm just invested in the last 20 years, there's always been a minimum of 3, 4, sometimes 5 empty businesses, empty buildings in the South End Business District. What Dr. Barnes and Carter are doing, they're providing for us an anchor in this community by bringing another beautiful building to the South End Business District and enhancing, beautifying, and adding vibrancy to this community. They will become the anchor that all the other businesses in that area will draw from. Dr. Barnes very humbly talked to you about people that are coming from Princeton and New York. I'd like to talk to you about the people that get on the New Jersey Transit, which is right in front of where their potential next location will be. They come from Glen Ridge, they come from East Orange, and surrounding areas, West Orange. They get on the New Jersey Transit. People like me, we walk to the outstanding service they provide, or you can bike on it on a nice day if you choose. So what they're going to do is provide not only incredible services that others can't provide, they're going to bring it to the South End, and they are going to provide an anchor for the rest of the businesses. When people come there, they're going to stop and go get a cup of coffee from the corner store that's been there only about 2 years now. They're going to, maybe go down the street and find out that they can get their hair cut. Whatever the businesses are there, and certainly they might want to plan to have dinner at Moso's or the new pizza store, which she's also taking over because that was another empty building. So I'd like to submit to you this evening that this is probably one of the most amazing opportunities that we've had in a long time to generate some momentum in the South End Business District. When people see this beautiful business and they read about these amazing optometrists that are there, and the retail, the custom eye design, and they call it eye design because it's a form of art. When you go past the building, you'll see frames, and often it's like going past an art museum. You look at the frames and you visualize what you might look like with different frames on it. So they bring artistic design to the window so that people, as they're walking past, will be drawn in. They want to come in and perhaps buy a frame or get some eye care. So I'd like to bring that before you, because I heard, and I'm really excited that the planner, Mr. George Williams, went before me, and Attorney Tremelak, because certainly they discussed a lot of the things that I would have discussed had they not so eloquently done so. I'd just like to comment on the parking, and you heard this from everybody that went before, but as someone that lives there and has been invested in the South End Business District for all of my life, I can say for a fact that there is plenty of parking. The parking, municipal parking lot, as you heard from everyone that went before me, is very rarely full or utilized to capacity. And so that would be an ideal place. We've done some improvements to the walkway that goes from the municipal parking lot directly onto Orange Road. And we've done some beautifications, and now the walkway has lighting, and it's a very comfortable and safe walkway, and just a few feet across the street from this location. In addition to that, we have on-street parking, as you heard before, Madison Ave. Also, I've seen people park on Pleasant Ave when the other businesses on the back that Mr. Williams referred to as Woods and the karate store, which are no longer there. So there's a lot of on-street parking, in addition to the metered parking on the street and the metered parking and permit parking in the back. So I definitely don't think that the parking will be a problem. I tend to agree with Mr. Fleischer in that I have some concerns about that many parking spaces in that small area behind the building, but I'm certain that the same caring that went into planning everything else will go into resolving whatever those parking issues are. I mean, we have seasoned people that have been here for a long time, a proven history. Even now, their optometrist site is probably one of the best looking businesses and best kept businesses. And Dr. Barnes and Carter at one time were the president of the South End Business District. So they've already proven who they are. They've proven what they intend to do to the community. And so we just can't go wrong with this at all. So I am strongly in favor, and I hope that you join me in celebrating them for choosing to stay in the South End. Anytime you can buy the whole right side or the east side of a block, they could have gone anywhere else too. They could have left the South End like many people do as soon as they're given an opportunity, but they chose to be in this community because they understand that all people in all neighborhoods deserve the best quality of health care that there is, and they will provide that for the South End.
Thank you, Dr. Baskerville. Are there any other members of the public who have comments, questions, anything they want to say about the application?
So all members of the public, your lines. Nope. Go ahead. We have one user by phone. Let me unmute your line individually. 1 second. Well, just hold. Okay, go ahead. Can you hear us now?
Yes. My name is William Scott, a longtime resident of Montclair.
Let me just swear you in, sir. So would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me can you just give us your address again, please?
Yes, I currently live at 23 Cedar Avenue, but I'm a longtime resident of Montclair for 71 years. I lived on Orange Road for 38 years and currently live on Cedar Avenue, where I've been for 33 years. I'm a small business owner in Montclair on Orange Road. I own rental property. Dr. Barnes and Carter have been my eye doctor for over 30 years, providing excellent service. One thing I want to say in regards to the level of service, and Dr. Barnes and Carter mentioned, when you go into for an eye examination or checkup, you're not rushed in and rushed out. You go through a full examination by either doctor. Any additional testing that needs to be done, you're sent to an examining room. You go through one exam at another. You're not moved around. It's a very thorough and well thought out process from an examination standpoint. And you know, he's been my eye doctor, both of them, for over 30 years. I've always enjoyed the level of service that's provided in that facility, but it is small, but it has always been accommodating. This new application will improve the area, bring a lot of upgrades to the area. I frequented the hardware store for many years, even when the hardware store was on the other side of Orange Road and moved over to the current location. I can walk to my appointments, which I've done on a number of occasions. I've parked in the rear of the building when I used to frequent the hardware store. It's, you know, you can get into the area even though it was not a well-maintained parking lot, but I was able to get in, maneuver around. I drive a truck myself, matter of fact, so it never was an issue getting in and out of the parking lot. But I've also parked at the municipal parking lot in the back of on Orange Road as well. But you know, this is a major improvement to the area. The hardware store had been declining for many years from a business standpoint. I'm glad that Dr. Barnes and Carter took the opportunity to purchase the building, to expand their business, to provide additional service to the community. Former Councilor Basco said it all, so I really don't want to be redundant, but I would support this application, and hopefully everything will be approved, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any other members of the public who have any questions, testimony, statements, comments on the application?
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any other members of the public.
Okay. Mr. Trembulax, anything further you want to say before we?
I'd simply say, I mean, Dr. Baskerville, Mr. Scott said it all. I mean, this is an obvious significant improvement to a business district which really needs improvement. And you've got longtime residents of town, longtime merchants who are committed property owners invested heavily in this district, who are prepared to spend substantially more money to improve a very important building in this community. There's clearly should be any concerns about the D variance, as Mr. Fleischer noted. We've got approximately 1,700 square feet of retail space in the front of the building, which is the only part of the building suitable for retail space. And there's also, I think, clearly enough parking available, as everyone has said. Although the parking ordinance might require 37 spaces, the real, demand for this use is maybe 20 spaces. And you're starting with an existing use. The prior use had a requirement of 31 spaces with basically no parking spaces required. So a substantial deficiency. We're still deficient, but given the actual demands and the availability of suitable parking on street and in the municipal parking lot should alleviate any concerns about parking for this use. And I urge the board to approve what I think is a terrific application for the South End Business District.
Okay. We'll start discussion with Mr. McCulloch.
I am fully supportive of this application.
Okay, Mr. Simon.
I am in favor. The applicant showed his commitment to the community, and I think will be an asset.
Ms. Harris.
I'm in favor.
Ms. Gilmer.
I'm also in favor. It seems like this would be a great asset to the community. And I think it will be a pillar, as many of the, as former Councilwoman Baskerville and many others have commented on. So I think it'll be a great asset to the community.
Mr. Fleischer?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
I'm in favor of the application. I do think the application and the site would benefit from a reduction of parking in that rear lot. I think that's awkward, but I leave it to the client and his architects or planners to work out a more thoughtful thing. But I do think it should still be screened from adjacent properties under any circumstances, and that it should accommodate probably more than one handicap space back there for those who do have to come in and have to be close to a door. So beyond that, I'm in favor of the application in all aspects.
Mr. Moore?
I'm in favor of the application. I'm born and raised in Montclair by Applegates, and grew up getting my hair cut on Orange Road at 3D's Barbershop. And a number of my friends went to Young's Barbershop. So I'm very familiar with the area, as well as Handy Dandy's, where I used to frequent as a child, grabbing some food. I think that this will certainly be a great continued enhancement in the area with, revitalization and the opportunity to put to use a current vacant site. So I am fully in favor of the application, and thank you for the great work that you do, not only in the community, but in the state. Take care.
Mr. Church?
I'm in favor of the application.
Okay. I'm also in favor. I think, I would be much more concerned if this was a new medical office being introduced to the neighborhood, given the number of medical uses there, but this is a long-standing existing use. They're taking a building that has the potential to be a very detriment to the neighborhood and creating retail space in the front of the building, which is the only visible part. I think realistically, any use of the building, the rear portion of the building would at best be used for storage and which technically would probably qualify as retail if it's associated, but I think this is a much better use. They're moving next door. I think the parking, the reality of the South End shopping district is people just don't use the parking lot on the other side of Orange Road. I don't. Whenever I shopped at South End Hardware, I wouldn't go there. Where I go to pick up at Moso, I would park, probably parking further away because I'm frequently having to park near the corner of Washington. But it's just, I don't know what it is, but you feel it's further away because you have to walk through the alley, and but the spaces are there, and Dr. Barnes testified that he encourages his patients to use it, but they don't, and I understand that since I'm also one who doesn't use that parking lot. But I think the reality is he's improving the parking situation by providing parking in the back. It's a difficult parking lot because of the narrow access, and I think that probably is going to discourage people using it. I'm not sure. This is a little odd because this was not here for site plan approval. I think maybe the best way to handle the parking is to make clear that we're not, other than the variance for number of spaces, we're not granting any variances for the parking lot. So that might in and of itself serve to correct what I agree is more spaces than the space can really handle, rather than trying to specify changes to a site plan that isn't before us. So I think, as Mr. Williams testified, there are special reasons for granting it, and those same special reasons would justify a C2 variance for the parking. I think this is certainly not going to have a detriment to the public good, and is not going to impair the zone plan, given that this is an existing business in the neighborhood commercial zone. I think we should require that the parking lot be repaved, whatever improvements be done, and along with fixing the existing drainage problem that Ms. Fuller testified to, that after he moves into the new building at 321 Orange Road, that he cease his use of medical offices at 319 Orange Road to give an opportunity for that space to become a conforming use. And that's all the conditions I have. Any further discussion?
Just a question. So the parking requirement, as I recollect, is 37 spaces. So I think we need to, what is the deviation that we're going to allow if we're granting a variance?
Just hold on a second. I have to get my parking plan and count his spaces. Okay, so there
were conflicts in the testimony. Mr. Tremulak mentioned 200 square feet for retail. Graham's memo mentions 250 square feet for retail.
The ordinance is 200 for retail.
200 for retail, yeah.
Okay, so the memo is wrong then, because it mentions 250. Okay.
So they're proposing 14 spaces on the lot, which
they're proposing 14 spaces on the subject property.
Showing it is past my bedtime. Why do we need to specify? I mean, Michael, go ahead.
Well, no, we typically grant a variance to allow X amount of spaces where 37 were required. Now, I mean, we can say provide a minimum of some spaces, and if they can fit more within the context of the ordinance, that's fine.
Okay, so why don't we say a minimum of 10 spaces? Because I think Mr. Fleischer had suggested eliminating the 5, but if you eliminate those 5, you can flip one space around. Was that clear what I'm saying?
Yes, that works for me.
Okay. Any other discussion among board members?
Move approval of the application with the conditions noted by the chair.
Is there a second?
A second.
Graham, I guess you should call the roll just so the record's clear.
We will. Okay, Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Yes.
Mr. Church?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Fleischer?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Everyone, thank you very much on behalf of Dr. Barnes and Carter. We all appreciate you staying late to finish this application. They've been, waiting for a few meetings to finally get heard, and we really appreciate the board finishing this hearing tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck to you, both doctors.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Sanchez, I think we should hear you in 2 weeks to be a better solution for everybody. Unless you have strenuous objections, then you can persuade 5 members of the board to stay later.
No, that's fine. I mean, we were really anxious to be heard because we had to halt construction due to the unfortunate accident on our property. But I recognize how late it is, and we're not going to be any good at this time right now.
Yeah, I think it's in everyone's interest. So we'll continue the hearing until, what is, it's May 5th? Is
The May 5th special meeting of the board, yes.
Okay, so we'll put you first on the agenda on the 5th, so there will be no question that we will reach you, and there will be no further public notice of the application. It is being continued to May 5th, and knowing the timing, there's no issue of needing an extension, correct, Graham?
Correct.
Okay, so we will see you on May 5th at 7:30 virtually. And someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
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 Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.